Morning, everyone. We'll call to order this meeting at 9:03. And if our clerk of the board, could please take roll calls.
Chairman and members of the board. Auxiliary fact members. Coconino County, Andy Bertelson.
Here.
City of Flagstaff, Joanne Clean. Present. City of Flagstaff, Michelle James. First of all, citizen representative. Coconino County citizen representative, Carol Covington. Present. NAU, Aaron Stahl. Present. CCC, Eric Stahl. Not yet. Not yet. Economic Development Representative, Gail Jackson. Metro Plan, Dave Wessel.
Here.
You. And our NAU student, Isha Saida, is excused. And we do also have Brendan Trax. For the board, Coconino County, Toronto, Westport.
Present.
City of Flagstaff, Gordon Matthews.
Here.
City of Flagstaff, Miranda Sweet. Here. We also have City of Flagstaff, David Spence.
Here.
NAU, Josh Mayer.
Here.
Thank you. CCC, Tony Williams.
Here.
And Coconino County, Jupiter Gay. Morning. We do have some guests with us. We have Chris Stokey, and he's affiliated with Grace Jones Icers. I know that's not the company. So he's around the whole. Right, which is Grace Jones. I mean, they're the. And I like. Sorry. With Workforce Housing.
Yes.
Thank you. So, and then we have Jill Burnett and Matt Webb with Transfer. And we have Gail joining us now. Gail Jackson as our citizen representative for and we have staff in the room and we also have Izzy Collins, staff over online, and other Grace Jones representative, Megan, and
hello, present.
Kathy. And then Garrett is with Workforce Housing and is that good? So I think we've gotten everybody. And we do have some members of the public joining us, so thank you for that. Oh, I'm sorry. And our attorneys. Hold on.
Good morning.
So sorry. Thank you.
All right. I think that was one of the longest roll calls we've had. All right, next up, safety minute, Mr. Sample.
Good morning, members of the board, members of the TAC. I'm not Sam Short. I'm Randy Sherpin, the operations director. Sam is otherwise engaged this morning. He couldn't be here. So November safety minute number 2 is cold stress hazards. Cold weather poses many hazards to employees who work in these conditions. The cold environment forces the body to work harder to maintain its temperature. Each unique situation needs to be analyzed and addressed individually to keep employees safe. Frostbite is an injury to the body that is caused by freezing. Frostbite causes the loss of feeling and color in the affected areas. It is most often affects the nose, ears, cheeks, chin, fingers, and toes. Frostbite can lead to permanent damage or amputation of the affected areas. Hypothermia. When exposed to cold temperatures, your body begins to lose heat faster than it can produce. Prolonged exposure to cold will eventually use up your body's stored energy. This results in hypothermia or abnormally low body temperature. A body temperature that is too low affects the brain, making the victim unable to think clearly or move well. Here are some practices you can use to prevent cold stress hazards. Eliminate or limit work as much as possible when extreme cold temperatures are present. Allow for acclimatization to cold environments or weather. If the weather is extremely cold in your area or time for the area or your time or the time of year, you will not be yet be used to it and more susceptible to succumb to cold weather illness. Layer up on clothing and keep dry clothes on. It is important to remove any wet clothing or boots and put on dry layers and dry items when working in cold environment. Take breaks in warm areas or vehicles as needed. Drink warm beverages to help warm your core temperature. Monitor the condition of other workers around you. If you notice something could be wrong, get them to a warm area and notify a supervisor. Using some of these practices, you can help prevent yourself or others. Using some of these practices, you can help yourself and others from cold stress hazards this winter. Thank you and welcome to the November Board and Transit Advisory Committee meeting. Thank you.
Right, next up, we have milestone anniversary. We have our CEO, Don.
This is a big room when you're all in here. Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad that you're here today for our joint meeting. I've one milestone anniversary to share with you as part of our regular business meeting. Bruce Morrow joined our team about a year ago as a transit operator. Bruce actually is familiar to us in that he was a manager of the Cottonwood area transit system years ago when we transitioned that system back to the city of Cottonwood. He moved to the area a year ago and decided to come out of retirement and come drive for us. And he has quickly become one of our riders' favorites. So I'm happy to celebrate his 1-year anniversary with you today.
So then next up, if you could please present on the award RFP 2025-100 Workforce Housing Development.
Great, thank you. Chair, members of the board, today we are pleased to recommend the award of the pre-development agreement for Mountain Line's workforce housing project to Servitas. This is a strategic step toward addressing one of the most significant long-term challenges, ensuring that people who work across our community can afford to live in the community they serve. Advancing this work now positions Mountain Line to build a stable, sustainable workforce and strengthen our organization for the future with new local funding for our transit programs. The recommendation is supported by a competitive procurement that was conducted, and Servitas is the preferred partner based on the qualifications and experience and the submitted proposal that accomplishes our goals. As per the staff report, staff has spent the last several months, even years, getting to this point. The project offers an opportunity for us to leverage our locally owned land to build housing aimed at the community's workforce while bringing new revenues to Mountain Line for many years to come. This is only the first step of the various awards and conversations necessary for this project. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our partners at Reith Jones Advisors to expand more on this recommendation award and pre-development agreement.
Great, thank you so much, Heather. Can everyone hear me all right in the room?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Well, as Heather mentioned, my name is Megan Murray. I'm with Reith Jones Advisors, and we have had the opportunity to support Mountain Line throughout this very important workforce housing. Today, we're going to provide just a bit of a brief refresher on the project priorities and objectives, since we already provided an update in September. But we are very happy to be joined here today by the selected development partner. So I know Heather had mentioned Servitas. We have Garrett Sharton here on the phone with us. He is the Senior Vice President at Servitas. Servitas will be serving as the developer as well as the property manager. And we also have Chris Belke in the room. So he is the owner and consultant at Gap Solutions, and they will be serving as the community development consultant. This team will also be supplemented by many other great team members, including Manor Multifamily as the general contractor, Ford Copeland Mocht as the architect, Norris Design for community engagement, entitlements, and landscaping, Ardora as the civil engineer, and Whitney Cunningham as the land use counsel. As Heather mentioned, this team went through a very robust procurement process and were selected as the preferred partner. Servitas has workforce housing experience as well as having executed projects in similar rural resort towns such as Telluride and Crescent Butte. So with that, if we want to flip to the next slide. A lot of this will look familiar to you since these are the key priorities as well as the objectives that have really guided Mountain Line throughout this entire process and will continue to do so. So if you take a look on the left-hand side of the slide at the two main priorities for Mountain Line, these have really been the guiding light. And the first and foremost of the priorities is to expand workforce housing. So throughout this entire process, the goal and the main priority has been to maximize the amount of workforce housing that will be made available to Mountain Line employees as well as the broader Flagstaff community at large. Secondary to this is to help generate economic returns so that Mountain Line can continue to fulfill their mission through public transportation. Shifting your attention now to the right side of the slide, you'll see that there are 4 key project objectives, and each of these aims to help further and accomplish the 2 main guiding priorities. So the first of which is the target market. And again, this just reinforces that the main goal of this project is to serve the key workforce groups in the community. So that might include firefighters, entry-level Mountain Line employees, teachers, and really that core group. Next up is to maximize the development opportunity. So really aiming to leverage those available incentives through the different affordable housing programs and various incentives in order to maximize the development size and potential and help really expand the affordable housing that will be available in the community. This will also help enhance project viability. That goes hand in hand with the next item of financial feasibility. So the goal was to identify an executable financing strategy that would help Mountain Line be able to achieve the priorities outlined, as well as helping generate that economic return. And lastly is the road expansion. So the goal of this project was to account for the city's plan to extend the roadway. So if you take a look at that image on the bottom of the slide, you'll see a section is outlined in blue, and that is the planned roadway extension of East Linda Vista Drive to North Casper Drive. And with that, we can go ahead and move on to the next slide. So as Heather mentioned, we are here today to seek approval to go forward with negotiating, finalizing, and executing the pre-development agreement. Each of you should have received the full and execution-ready version of the pre-development agreement offline for review ahead of this. And at the end of this, we will be requesting approval to move forward with this. But we just wanted to highlight a few of the key terms that were outlined in that agreement, starting with the developer responsibilities. So first and foremost, I know we keep mentioning it, but the ultimate goal and mission of this project is to help maximize workforce housing available in the community. So there are items included in the agreement that will require a commitment to certain income limitations and ensure that those workforce housing objectives are met. Additionally, the developer will be responsible for advancing funds for very important pre-development activities that may include various surveys, also surveying the employees or various community members, and other key due diligence activities. They also will be responsible for coordinating land use items that may include site plan approvals as well as licensing and permitting. And they also will prepare and submit different plans to Mountain Line for review. So Mountain Line will be involved throughout this process and be able to review, provide feedback, input, and even approval in key instances. Lastly, the developer will be responsible for identifying a nonprofit 501c3, and that 501c3 will assume the duties of the lessee. Moving on to the middle section, so the pre-development process. Servitas will also keep Mountain Line informed throughout the entire process. So there will be bi-monthly meetings. There will also be monthly reports provided to Mountain Line. And as mentioned, there will be those key review points where Mountain Line will be able to review things, provide input, and make sure that this project aligns with the goal and the mission. The agreement also outlined key timelines, so that may include target financial close and different things like that. And there were also items in there that allow for extension rights if the developer is working in good faith. The last 2 items in this column really touch on similar items, so really just focusing on partnership. Each of the parties view each other as partners and aim to work together in a collaborative manner. Servitas and Mountain Line will work together and also aim to work with the City of Flagstaff in order to solidify responsibility for the roadway that was mentioned earlier. There are already conversations that have been completed. There are further conversations underway, and really we'll be seeking a lot of partnership with the city throughout this entire process. Last up is the termination rights. So looking at that far right column, there are a few items I wanted to highlight here. The first of which being that if both Mountain Line and Servitas mutually agree that the project is not financially viable, Servitas does have the right to pursue other opportunities. So a lot of the details are outlined in the document, but through those different opportunities, essentially we'll be looking for ways to help reimburse Servitas for the funds that they have expended, their different fees, and then after being reimbursed, the additional funds will go back to Mountain Line. So again, more details in the document. Next up, Mountain Line will not have the opportunity to terminate for convenience. That is because most of the risk is being shifted to the developer. So since the developer is taking on most of the risk, Mountain Line will not be able to terminate for convenience. However, there are other exit opportunities if certain things occur, so that is incorporated. And last up, Servitas will have the opportunity to make certain modifications or adjustments to the program. So that may include the unit mix and things like that in order to ensure financial feasibility. So this, of course, will have certain guidelines and checks in place to make sure that the project, if adjusted, still makes sure to meet the ultimate goals set out by Mountain Line, and it will be approved by Mountain Line. So I know that was a lot. I'll pause if there are any questions, but again, just wanted to highlight some of the key items outlined in this document. Hopefully you all have had a chance to take a look at it offline.
Are there any questions or comments?
Okay, if there are no questions at this moment. So for our immediate action items and next steps, the first will hopefully happen today, and we are aiming to request approval to execute the pre-development agreement, which we will get into in the next slide. If that pre-development agreement is executed, then Servitas will move ahead with their pre-development activities. So that includes surveying the land, surveying employees, various things like that. And then after that, we will move forward with further negotiation of advance agreements, which upon execution of those, Servitas will commence construction. And with that, I will hand things over to Heather.
So in closing, before we ask for the board to award and approve as in the recommendation, I just want to be sure everyone understands this is step one. There are multiple steps still to occur. All of those steps will still filter through and come back to this board of directors for additional discussion, conversation, and approvals. This is really step one. It's a very brief presentation because we don't have a lot of the details that we need to get to, but we need that pre-development agreement to get us there. So with that, I guess we would be asking for your consideration of the recommendation.
Megan, I'm sorry, I have a question. This is Board Member Matthews. When you talked about in the development agreement, we will ensure that there's language on income requirements and stuff to make sure that these units are affordable. Can you just expand a little bit on who's overseeing that? What is there a number of unit? I know we talked about it at our last meeting, this came up, but just to refresh my memory and clarify some stuff, like, will the board be involved in that to know and understand how many units are required to be affordable and what the income levels will be for signing that contract?
Yeah, happy to elaborate on that. So currently as it stands, the current project proposal outlines that all of the units in the development will be at that workforce housing level. So they will all be at that 80 to 100% AMI level. That is outlined in the document, and the current intent is to have a land use restriction agreement put into place in order to further outline the income limitations and restrictions. If that is not needed, then it will be outlined in the ground lease. So again, there are many places where it will be outlined. And then if there is any need for financial feasibility to deviate from that in any way, then of course we will come back, discuss that with everyone. As I mentioned, it will need approval from Mountain Line. So Heather or our group will come to the board, of course, and further discuss that. But again, I know that that is a important item and really at top of mind for everyone. So we wanted to make sure that there were checks in place to make sure that this project would continue to target workforce, or rather the workforce. And if any changes need to be made, then there will be further discussions.
Thank you, and knowing that 80 to 100% AMI, I didn't remember that and it wasn't mentioned earlier, that's helpful.
Yes, definitely. And that's a large reason why Servitas was selected as the preferred partner. They really took to heart Mountain Line's intent and aim to make sure that this development maximized workforce housing above and beyond just the minimum requirement.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have another question, just in terms of timeline. How long is it gonna take before we're at step 2? And I don't know what step 2 is, but I know that this pre-development
Yep.
piece, how long are we expecting to be going through this piece of the project?
Megan, can you answer that? That'd be great.
Yeah, of course. So I think, as I mentioned, there are a lot of next steps anticipated, such as further discussions with the city. So the exact timelines are a little bit flexible, but we would aim to further negotiate each of those agreements. So the ground lease, the development agreement, an agreement with the city, that sort of thing. And then ultimately the timeline by which those are finally executed will dictate when the official construction kickoff can commence. But as currently slated, the construction is planned to commence around 2027. So that is the current plan, but again, it will depend on how these agreements progress.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, can I comment?
Please do.
So Joanne Keene, I'm the city manager for City of Flagstaff, and just a couple of things. I just want to say how great this process was. I know there are several of us that sat on the selection committee, but just kudos to Heather and to Jackie and to the firm, Megan. It was an excellent process, and I just want to communicate how committed the city is to this project. We've had several meetings, and Paul Mood, our city engineer, is here at the table. You know, we're working on some potential capital asks for the road, talking about water and sewer. So I just want to relay to this group that the city, we're all in and helping make this project move forward, so.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? All right, in that case, is there a motion to approve this item?
Chair, I'd like to move that we approve this item as stated.
Okay, we have a motion by member Matthews. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by member Sweet. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, excuse me. Are there any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I look forward to hearing the updates.
And thank you to Garrett for joining us and Chris for being in the room. I know we'll be seeing you again soon.
Thank you.
That's right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, next up is FY 2025 annual report. Ms. Heather Duncan.
All right, we're going to keep rolling. We're committed to getting to the strategic planning portion of this meeting in the next 3 minutes. Just kidding. So today I have for you the fiscal year 2025 annual report. Just as a reminder, this report is focused on the financial elements of the annual report, as Busy has already presented on all of the performance data and reporting in the last month or so. The report does highlight a couple of accomplishments. It is in your packets. Hopefully you had a moment to review it. I'm going to note there are some PDF conversion errors we did identify, and we will be correcting them. So I'm not going to focus on that in the presentation, but a couple of accomplishments we highlighted. One, the passage of Prop 488, the Ad Wheel Award that was given for our education campaign, the FUSD partnership and opportunities to present at those open houses to students and parents and build that relationship. And of course, the opening of our Downtown Connection Center. Our revenues for fiscal year 2025 total $39 million. This is in large part due to the building that we are all sitting in. We paid the majority of the capital construction bills in fiscal year 2025. I also want to note our $20 million illustrated in the slot in the graph for partners does include the almost $6 million State of Arizona award for our DCC project as well. Briefly looking at expenses by program. So we do have a variety of programs. We isolate planning and capital into its own program so that we can get a true picture of what operating the bus and the paratransit system look like. So you can see in this breakdown outside of that big capital project, which was mostly this building, bus is our largest program with all of the others coming in insignificantly, although they are some of our most impactful programs. They just don't show on the graph because their cost is lower than the other programs. And when we look at expenses by type, again, because capital is in here, it does show us the largest slice of the pie. 68% of overall operating cost is actually salaries and benefits. So when I add the three pieces of pie, the dark blue, the orange, and the green, which are operating cost, salaries and benefits total 68% of that cost. Fiscal year 2025 is actually the first year where we saw fuel stabilize. I won't say it dropped, but it stabilized. We saw the least amount of fluctuation in fuel costs. But we did start experiencing several large repair items on our vehicles, including engine replacements and transmission repairs. In addition to that, as a reminder, our salaries and benefits have increased because we did give our staff in our operations division, which is 70% of our workforce, a $5 pay increase, and that has stabilized our staffing and allowed us to return to full service. So with that, those are the main points from the annual report. The entire report, including performance data, was in your packet, and I would be asking for you to approve that so that we can file it in the state with the state as required. I will footnote this is not intended to replace the fiscal year 2025 financial statements or the audit report. This is strictly the report required of us by state law for IPTAs to submit a report to them to show our performance during any fiscal year. It is typically due by December, so we ask for it to be approved in advance of the audits. And if the audit changes these figures, we then modify the report and resubmit it at that time. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, in that case, can I get a motion to take action?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the fiscal year 2025 annual report and authorize staff to submit the report to the state of Arizona and partner agencies as required in the master IGA.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Second. All right. We have a motion by Director Williams and a second by Director Sweet. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we'll proceed to the Transit Advisory Committee structure.
I just have a couple slides on this. Hopefully, I was able to provide information in the staff report to make this a quick item. The Transit Advisory Committee, I am recommending it be restructured so that it can be effective. This will require an update to our rules of procedure. So per our IGA, these are the requirements of the TAC, the Transit Advisory Committee. I want to clarify a TAC is not required by state law. It is something Mountain Line had prior to becoming an IPTA. And so we maintained it when we transferred from Coconino County to an IPTA and added our board of directors. The real intent was that we as a TAC would meet. We would go over business items, recommendations, and actions. Our TAC members would then carry those messages back to their related board members. So those board members understood their specific agency implications prior to the board meetings. I don't believe that that is an effective way to do this, and that TAC committee does not always get a really robust conversation on some of these topics. And that is the reason I'm recommending a change. So some of the changes here is that we would ask the city, the county, NAU, CCC, and MetroPlan to ensure the appointed members to the TAC are actively engaged in transportation and planning efforts. Currently, our TAC will include the city manager and the county manager, and we're missing the perspective of someone who actually participates in transportation and planning. We further recommend we add 1 or 2 members that can represent our riders and or our human service agencies. That's a gap. We currently don't have that representation on our transit advisory committee. Partly due to struggles we have in getting this group together on a regular basis with quorum, we're suggesting that the meetings move to quarterly. That would mean that the TAC would meet January of 2026, and they would be looking at the January, February, and March agendas, as well as potential topics for the future quarter after that. So the TAC would be looking at future quarters, not past. I'm recommending the change be effective in January, but I wanted to explain the timing. The TAC actually does not have any requirements, don't meet any requirements as a public meeting. We have always treated them as public meetings. I would suggest we go ahead and modify this as part of that as well. To eliminate the confusion of the public. Do they come to the TAC? Do they go to the board? Where do they best engage? And one of the things that we offered was a quarterly report of TAC discussions to both MetroPlan's management committee, which the city and county manager and NAU management sits on, as well as myself. And that same report come to the board of directors. It was intended to be the communication piece from the TAC to the board. When we met with the TAC, they asked for the same type of communication to them. What did the board go over in the quarter, in the months in which they did not meet? What were those decisions? The other thing the TAC asked for is that a board member, as an option, attend the TAC meetings to create a link between the 2 meetings. And I'm sorry, I forgot to include that on the slide. I did include it in the staff report. So with that, that's a very brief description. And I would be open, I'm available for any questions, ultimately hoping for support of the recommendation.
Right, thank you. Let's see. Are there any questions? Okay, can I get a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
I have a motion by Director Matthews. Do I have a second? Second. I have a second by Director Mayor. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank
Next
you.
up, progress reports, starting on number 8.
I'm going to skip all the progress reports, including current events, but I did put the current event slides on your desk or your table, anticipating we would not have time for them. So if you have any questions based on the information provided, please let me know. But I'd really like us to be able to move into the advanced portion of the meeting, Mr. Chair, if that is okay with you.
That's fine. It's the time for me to do my welcome.
The time to do his welcome.
Right. Well, thank you everyone for being here this morning for Mountain Lions Strategic Advance. It's great to see you all here, our board members, leadership team, and community partners coming together to think strategically about Mountain Lions' future. Today isn't just another meeting, it's an opportunity to step back, look ahead, and set a clear direction for the next chapter of our agency's work. Mountain Lion has accomplished a lot in recent years, increasing and extending the dedicated transit sales tax, expanding services, improving reliability, and investing in sustainability and innovation. But as our community continues to grow and change, so does the needs and expectations of the people we serve. This strategic advance gives us a chance to pause, reflect, and ensure our goals and priorities remain aligned with that evolving landscape. Our discussions today will focus on how we can continue to deliver safe, reliable, and accessible transit while embracing new opportunities, from new bus stops to new mobility partnerships. Most importantly, it's about keeping our customers and staff at the heart of everything we do. I want to thank each of you for the insight, dedication, and collaboration you bring to this process. Your perspective is critical as we shape Mountain Lion's path forward. Let's use this time to think boldly, listen openly, and affirm our shared vision, leading the way with sustainable transportation that connects our communities and provides value for our residents. Thank you, and let's get started.
Right. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Wonderful. Love that. Love that. Be bold. Let's think boldly today. We can do great things as we think about what success looks like for the next 5 years for Mountain Line. We're in a great picture of success right now. What a beautiful facility. It's a pleasure to come and see this in person. I've heard a lot about it. My name is Jill Barnett, and I'm with Transpro Consulting. I'm very proud to be with Transpro Consulting, but I want to tell you I'm not just a consultant. I spent the majority of my professional career in public transit, working at an agency, which is actually how I first met Heather. When I came to Transpro last year, I was excited to learn that I was going to get the opportunity to work with her and with this team. I'm joined today by my colleague, Matt Webb. He is our consulting practice lead, so joining me on this endeavor today. So really excited to get started with you and move forward. We have 3 objectives for today. I know you saw a long agenda, but these are really the high level, most important things. Introduce this process to you and what does your role look like in strategic planning for Mountain Line? Revisit Mountain Line's mission, vision, and values. Those are somewhat recent, but we want to revisit those, make sure that we're on the right track. And then define what those success outcomes look like. What are the success strategic pillars for this organization? I need some glasses to see this agenda on this screen because we have a lot to get through here. My eyes are not as young as they used to be, I'll admit that. So we have a lot to get through here. However, I want to make sure to comment that this is really a framing agenda. This is really where we would like to go, but want to make sure that we are being respectful to the room, mindful. If there's an area where we need to pivot and have some additional discussion, Matt and I are open to that and would invite you to consider that as well. So getting through what success looks like, how we get there, we're going to do a SWOT exercise, assuming time allows. We'll introduce some of the next steps and a performance scorecard to you, and then ultimately end the day at 2 p.m. A couple invitations to this room. We want to start on time and end on time. Would ask no active electronics. I know that's a big ask. We all have additional things coming at us, but please be engaged as best as you are able. And also speak freely. Say around this table and in this room what you would say when you're at home or in the meeting that sometimes happens after the meeting. We want to make sure that we're all being open and being part of this discussion. We would love to get into a process overview of strategic planning and how Transpro approaches that. And I would love to invite Matt up to share that with you. Ask a quick housekeeping question. If we move around, does that camera follow us or do we need to stay?
Camera doesn't move, but I can switch it to the. That was the basic.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to plant myself here and that's not where I normally go.
Just one housekeeping item.
Yes, ma'am.
Please do not walk on this side of the room where we have drinking water. Thank you.
I'll do my best. Safety first, the safety moment. There we go. Want to trade you?
Sure. Good morning. Wonderful to be in the room. I like to walk around and move around, so you're gonna see me move around. This session is gonna be very interactive. And so Jill and I are facilitators only. You all decide what success looks like over the last 5 years. Show of hands. Who is proud of at least one thing in the last 5 years that this organization has delivered? Give yourself around with. All right. The success that you all identified 5 years ago that you achieved over the course of the last 5 years, it didn't happen by accident, right? You had a very clear framework, very clear roadmap that led to a lot of amazing achievements. Obviously, the room we sit in, right? I, like Jill, have been my former life, have been in transportation my entire life, led a regional transportation organization in Southeast Michigan and Detroit. Have been in team shoes here, have been in, working with boards. And I think it's critical that we pause and have, one of my favorite times working with my board was the session that we're having today. Because we go through the business, we show up for the business, we do the business, but at the end of the day, setting the agenda, setting the strategy. That's one of the most important things that the board, TAC, and the leadership team come together. Don't do it very often, right? So a special meeting, special format. Again, as Jill said, I want to encourage everyone to lean in. Hopefully this is a safe room and you all feel empowered to do that. We will make sure we do that by having some exercises and maybe getting out of your comfort zone a little bit, but at the end of the day, really looking to align around success. So we have a secret sauce. Go the right way. Sorry. So secret sauce, not really secret. This speaks to really the four fundamental questions that we like to do and help facilitate answers to in and around why, what, how, and who. So why does Mountain Line exist? I think this room has a pretty good idea of why Mountain Line exists. What does success look like? You all identified a strong plan in 2025, but what does success look like from 2025 out to 2030? Lots of changes. The community hasn't stayed the same. Lots of, pressures, lots of unique opportunities that are happening here. So what does success look like year over year? How is that plan and program and those activities delivered? So we have a strategic plan that provides the overall framework. We have the mission, vision, values, but then there's specific actions that the team is going to take, deliver on those. And then who is really about the monitoring of the performance of the organization over the course of the next 5 years. Are we on track with where we want to be? Are we making progress? Are we, falling behind in certain areas? We need to address that as a unified organization. Any questions on the process? Where the process melds the why, what, how, and who, and the specific roles of everybody in this room. You all have a role in the developing of the why, what, how, and who. You all have a role in the execution of the why, what, how, and who. So the board and the leadership, I would say this is sort of why we're here today, is we're going to come together and align around the mission, vision, and really what the success outcomes, what does success look like for the next 5 years. So without this common alignment, we can be chasing a lot of different things, but with this common alignment is critical as a board, the leadership team, the executive and leadership team have that alignment. At the bottom here, the foundation is really the team executing and developing all the actions. This is the day-to-day work of operating Mountain Line. This is the executive and the leadership team and the entire Mountain Line team. And they meet in the middle in and around the budget. Obviously, the board has a critical importance of the fiduciary responsibility to approve the budget. The team presents the budget a lot to support the alignment of the delivery of your mission, vision, and your success outcomes in your strategy. Any questions about roles? Any pushes? Make sense? Okay. Setting the foundation. So the next element then is really what we want to get to. Is thinking about where you want to be in 2030. And so we're going to show you an organization that followed this model. And I would say this organization has followed this model. But really focusing on what
what does success look like in 2030? What will success look like as a year from now? When we're sitting around this board reflecting on the accomplishments of 2026. So Chariots, in Salem, Oregon, anybody familiar with the Salem, Oregon Chariots organization? Went through a very similar process where the board and the leadership had a session just like this. They aligned around goals, very strong organization, just like Mountain Lion, very strong community support. But they aligned in the journey of why, what, how, and who. Said we want to focus on specific outcomes to improve our overall performance. You see Ian Davison, who is the board chair, posted recently the amount of pride that he has in his organization. I'm going from thinking about the performance of the organization locally to more nationally and regionally, and thinking about they're becoming a leader within their community, a recognized leader, and around customer satisfaction, the community importance, being a workplace of importance. And they rallied in and around a set of success outcomes. So thinking about their community, how they show up for their community, how they show up for their customers, how they show up for each other as a unified workforce, and then that financial sustainability and making sure that they are being 100% transparent with the public dollars that fund their service and provide taxpayer value. Again, it doesn't happen by accident, and this room knows it doesn't happen by accident as well. So that is sort of the roadmap for today. And again, we will focus on making sure that there's alignment around mission, vision, values. We will focus on identifying what success looks like. And we'll spend a lot of time talking about those elements, and then thinking about how the decisions that need to come next that will be generated by the leadership team coming back to the board, reporting, and talking about some of the cadences of making the strategic plan come along. Any questions? Can't be that clear. Not this morning. All right. Bill?
I got press on with questions, guys. Thank you, Matt. One thing I love about our success outcomes process is we're gonna push this room and push the team to really be clear on what that success outcome is. It's beyond just delivering service to the community. What service? The service we deliver today? Is it whatever service anyone asks for? I know those are questions agencies get that challenge you day to day on where you put service and what are the trade-offs. I'm going to spend a few minutes here reviewing mission, vision, and values for Mountain Lion. Know that these were set somewhat recently, but a little bit of time ago, prior to your tax initiative that recently passed. So I want to ask some questions around, are these right for where we are today? The mission really sets up why Mountain Lion exists. Why do we show up each and every day to deliver service to the community? Why do we show up as staff? Why do we show up as members of this board? Why do we show up monthly, quarterly as members of the TAC? Why does Mountain Lion exist? Mountain Lion has really good vision that's easy to remember, which I love. It's succinct and you can say it and roll off the tongue easily. The vision statement, where are we going? What are we striving for as an organization? Looks beyond what we're doing today, have some vision, being bold, as Geronimo said earlier, being bold as an organization and as a community. And then the values, how are we all showing up for each other, showing up for the people that we represent out in the community, what guides those interactions each and every day. Mountain Lion, mission, getting you where you want to go. Very succinct, as I said, easy to remember, folks inside and outside the organization. Vision, leading the way, sustainable transportation. It connects our communities and provides value for residents. And then the core values for the organization: customer commitment, collaboration, respect, integrity, environment challenges, and sustainability. Would love to invite some feedback or discussion on are these still appropriate for this community and for Mount Holland as an organization?
Can I start? It's hard to keep order. One of the things that I think is appropriate, but I think one thing is maybe worthwhile is looking at under the vision. What does leading mean? Because leading, does that mean we're leading because we're at the top in quality versus other transportation authorities? Or does leading mean, or it could also mean what's our engagement with the community? In other words, we're setting the tone, but also bringing others along with us, like the cities, counties, the AU. And I think that would be, in my mind, it's a great word, but I think we need to work on defining what that means for the next 5 years.
Are you leading the community or are you an industry leader compared to these others? Both? Those are good questions.
I like both.
You like both?
Yeah, I would agree.
I saw a hand up.
I mean, I was gonna comment on something else. We're still talking about leading and we can do that.
Before you do, can I just say that I agree with both. I think we should be an industry leader, but then we also need to lead the way to work with the community, and some of the efforts from the previous meeting that we just finished show some of that and give us an opportunity to lead in that direction.
Yeah, my question is under the values, the embodied challenges. I'm not sure what that means. What's in hand out?
I value curiosity and critical thinking.
Yeah, I think it was not to shy away from face them head on. And to try to take whatever's thrown at us and figure it out, you know what I mean, like do.
So on your table is some
Embrace challenges,
some documents. And if you flip the first one over, the statement after each of these values is there, that might be helpful as well. Sorry.
I might ask a member of the team. What is embodying challenges mean to you and your teammates? How do you see your teammates showing up embodying challenges? Some are not any better.
I'm happy to start, I think it has to do with, not the first answer not being no. When you hear, when something is thrown at you, a question, and the ultimate answer might be no, or it might be a maybe, or it might be a no, but working through things, and stepping up when it is a challenge, to figure out a way to get through it.
Randy, what's that mean to you?
Oh, from an operational standpoint, this year, we saw plenty of challenges with road construction, trying to stay on route, trying to stay on time, and collaborating with the city. That's one thing. I've been with Mountain Line now for a year. So coming from my previous agency, we didn't have this collaboration between the city, county, the transit organization. It was more like pulling teeth to try to get anything done. So I really enjoy that, and embodying the challenges that come up, no matter what they may be. If it's road construction, if it's constraints to part shortages, there's always something that comes up, and instead of throwing your hands up in the air and saying, what are we gonna do? It's like, here's the problem. Let's identify a fix for it, and then let's come back and regroup and say, why did this happen, and what can you do to prevent it in the future?
Business is generated by, we're in a customer service business, right? We're offering a customer service to the public. That's driven on the number one most important thing in customers is on-time performance. The fighting challenges every single day is unknown, and so thinking about fighting challenges. Any others want to say what that value means to you as a employee?
I'll go. I'm Ann Dunham, Capital Development Manager, and related to capital planning, some of the big projects, this building being one of them, the Downtown Connection Center. I would almost say more embracing challenges because maybe that's the better,
Yeah.
but I would just say, just the development's never easy to get through the process, right? Through zoning and just those standard, but when you have so many stakeholder interests, internal and external, on a big project like the Downtown Connection Center, really we've shored up a lot of our city relationships to, continue to work through, and we built this building and we're working on phase 2, and we're gonna be embodying the challenges to work through, future Rio project and working around that. So that's just something I've just seen that's grown with the city team. So I think everybody's getting behind trying to embrace that challenge. So
Yeah, it was a strong push. I like the embrace because once you just the action you took this morning, that's a huge challenge for the community. Mountain Line's not sitting on the sideline. You are embracing that and you're coming to the table, you're competing
And I think it's also not being satisfied with the status quo. Always looking at continuous quality improvement, whether it's through services that we're providing for the community, services we provide to one another inside. We outline the processes and procedures that we have, continually refining those and reviewing those to make sure that we don't become stagnant.
very good. That's all your hand back here.
I just, I'm a member of the team from Mountain Line employee, but work for Metro Plan. I look at the word embodied, and all these bodies show up for challenges, and I think that is a perception that I share, and I think many in the room share, that when a Mountain Line employee shows up, they're there to take on the challenge at the time. And I think we see it on the screen in here, living those core values. We see it.
core values really define the workforce. Every single one of us brings our own core values as we walk through the door. And as a team, and we've done some work with the team over the course of the last 3 or 4 years now, we've really put these core values in place. And it's really a unifying opportunity that as you come in, as you put on the uniform, as you begin to deliver basic customer service, these are the tenets of that we're going to ask you to live as a workforce to achieve the mission and vision of the organization. So we always like to look at it as a three-legged stool. You can't have mission vision without the values. You can't have strong values if it's not aligned with your mission vision. And one of the things I think this organization has done really well is tie these values back to mission vision. And Heather will be presenting the next wave of employee engagement here to have, right? January.
January.
But wave over wave of those results, there's clear connection of how your employees see their individual roles tied to the mission vision. How organizations have them.
I would say, I'd love to know what others think, but I feel like embrace challenges makes more sense and it's more understandable just as a phrase. So I don't know if anybody has a big, strong opinion about retaining embody, but I feel like embrace challenges would make more sense.
Like it?
Well, and I think it's got a powerful kind of, embracing connotation.
All right. We landed? Yes.
I have an observation about the vision, is it? Wait, move on to that.
Yeah.
When I read that, I read our communities and our residents. I immediately envision putting up a wall saying, okay, this is us and that's them. And I don't know that that's allows for flexibility and adapting to change.
That's a good push. Any other thoughts on that?
I guess how we define the community.
Well, I would ask, who's the them that were excluded? Would it be like visitors or?
Well, I don't know, because it's like ours, so who decides who's our communities or our residents?
And I guess when I read it, I felt like it was more taking ownership and being part of something as opposed to, we're just a service provider to the community, right? But I see what you're saying, I see where it could be, you know, is there an outside of that? I don't know how else to change the phrase, but I kind of almost took it as, like I said, taking ownership or responsibility for the community, not as an outsider service provider, but as part of the community.
I see both perspectives, for sure. Yes.
I think I struggle a little bit with the word communities as well. When I see that, I think Kachina, I think Belmont, I think outside of where our current service levels are. So what is community? Right now, I think it's just Flagstaff, right?
This is our vision.
So
If I may respond, Mountain Line's boundaries actually do include more in the cities. And so our communities and our residents is about mountain lines boundaries, if you will, which are drawn as lines on maps because the state tells us we have to do that. And we do actually have levels of service that go outside of the city limits. It's just not a blue bus. So just wanted to add that for context. I'm not suggesting any means that your comment is incorrect. Just want to make sure there was that context to it.
Leading the way is sustainable transportation that connects our community by value to our. Other comments, I think. Yeah. Who had their hand up?
For you.
Yes.
I was gonna say, repeat what, I see, the vision as Mountain Line's vision, yes. But outside, it's, it kind of, I think the owl kind of just, you know, throws it back into, Mountain Line only. So I think it, with the word our, it for our communities and our residents, I think that's where gosh, it does show a little.
To maybe. Hearing the perspective, perhaps that word, those words, owl, contribute to maybe lack of clarity for someone who isn't in this room or doesn't know what Mountain Line, where the Mountain Line confidence are. Okay. Is the vision aspirational enough? Is it too aspirational?
Well, on the same note, I think it would be beneficial to even remove our components to our, because if we're thinking about where we currently are, mostly serving within the confines of the city of Flagstaff, that kind of resonates with the hour. But we're thinking about it as a vision statement towards the future and what we want to do in the future. I think removing our says we're connecting all the communities within our boundaries, providing values, not just our residents that we're currently serving, but the residents that we potentially may serve in the future.
It's a nice push.
Can I ask a sort of follow-up question in this conversation? Is it important to this room to distinguish between communities and the community?
For me, just in my years of training in this kind of work is keeping it vague allows us to be innovative and creative and pivot. We could maybe think about changing it to the communities. We don't want to say the communities we serve because we don't serve all of the communities within our boundaries. So I think that there's some wisdom to keep it somewhat vague. We heard different interpretations of what, the embodied challenges meant to each one of them, and that's important. Because at different levels of leadership and employees, it will mean different things. And if we get too prescriptive in it and drill it down, then it limits us to then, have the creativity and be able to expand within those, not having those boundaries. So I'd like to keep it somewhat vague. We do have the map, which I don't even remember what it all looks like, but I know we do a lot of, you know, ride share to, you know, outside the area and stuff, and even though when we think of that, we're, you know, city limits, we do already do some stuff, out parks and other areas, so I think keeping it somewhat vague and allowing us to interpret it as we forward is important.
Good feedback, good feedback.
Yes, Jeff. I'm trying to remember back to the time when we created this, which was several years ago, but I also don't know that the word communities at that time to everyone necessarily meant the address that you put on your mail.
Right.
I think it also meant like students are a community and, you know, the workforce is a community and those, you know,
Right.
Like I don't know that it necessarily, maybe it did, but I don't think it necessarily meant your postal code.
Got it, okay, that's helpful.
Yeah, just reflecting on history a bit, you know, there have been efforts and the timing, you know, to connect communities like Winslow. And perhaps the time is right, perhaps the time will come. And so, you know, removing the word our, you know, transportation that connects communities, provides value to residents. I think that goes to the point that board member Matthews just made. You asked if it's ambitious enough. I think taking the word our out there expands the ambition. People talk about what's our service to Phoenix? What is our access to Twin Arrows and Winslow? Taking the word our out, I think, puts those in the imagination.
I'm gonna give you a push on one word, resident, and that word is resident. Provides value for residents. Are we saying we only want to provide value for residents, or do we also want to provide value for visitors? Tourists. Not our visitors, but are not tourists, that's why we distinguish between that word. You know, or is it providing value? Transportation that connects and provides value for communities. That's one thought that came to mind hearing the discussion around the room. I'm not pushing you in that direction. Facilitating the discussion.
Instead of residents, if you just said all, because our word, but if you just use the word all. As you say, I think it's a word that allows a lot of interpretation, flexibility.
Does it make sense if we just take out for our residents and just period after value?
Transportation that connects communities and provides value. That's an option as well. Yes, ma'am.
So, speaking of, but also though, I think provide value for our riders, because that's who we're trying to ride. Was that something? Anybody that rides.
I had a similar thought, but then I stopped myself because I remember that a lot of times what we have talked about over the years is while I might not be a rider because I live in Kachina, but people riding and the service being provided and those who can use it then provides value to me because I can't necessarily come in from Kachina on it, but because I have to drive, it still provides value to me because it helps with the overall transportation and transit through Flagstaff and outside of Flagstaff. So I think there's a benefit to more than just riders, there's benefit to businesses, right?
Parents.
Parents, absolutely. And so I think that I would say that the benefit, the value is to way more than just the riders.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I did have that same thought initially, and then I realized, yeah,
Sure, and we want to demonstrate our value to the community at large, for sure.
And that's why I like changing it for our residents to value for all, because that is a little more inclusive than if we just say value. Right, because you're not saying value for who or
Right.
what.
Well, kind of,
Say for all.
it's not for,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, value for all.
Good evening, we awarded to transportation and connects and provides value for our communities. So captures everything in one sentence, and it doesn't just stop all talking about it. And that would, to me, the communities would include
to Jackie's point, the student population, the residents, the businesses, to the other points that were raised. And it's an overreaching, vague mission statements that allows us to expand within our service area and still be within our mission, our vision statement. With that, gives you the transportation also pointed out provides a lot of value to businesses and tourists. And that just, I think it's more, it's community life, but the people, the city, but it's also the business track. Right. Sure. That's why I think the value for all is inclusive.
I hear you for sure. And you know, I think back to conversations that I had when I worked inside a training agency, and I'm sure Heather and Jackie have these as well. Someone would say, well, I don't ride a bus. Why do I pay taxes for that? What value is that providing to me? But yet that person owned a business, and I would say, do any of your employees ride the bus? Well, you know, now that you said that, I see they do. My opening shift worker rides to work every day. Okay, what happens if the bus is taken away and they don't have that ride? What impact does that have to your workforce? I think Matt's got something written. I'd love to ask him to read and kind of get a thumbs up, thumbs down from the room.
Just try to capture what I heard, leading the way with sustainable transportation that connects community and provides value for all.
I'm gonna vote that through comments.
So we still have to fix the first portion of that, where we talk about leading what, right? Leading the industry, leading the way. So maybe that's one, and I don't know how to phrase that first piece. But I still prefer the ending that somebody else had recommended. I don't remember if it was Scott or Guillermo. That connects and provides value for communities.
Okay.
The community, to Randy's point, it can be anybody, and it takes out the hour, so it's not so limited.
Hearing your comment and the earlier comments about leading the way, but also being mindful of Lauren's comments about not being super prescriptive with what leading the way means.
Yep.
Which way would we want to go? You know, just leading the way, we can say, Heather, lead the way, and she can lead the way with the community or with, you know, other local businesses or university, going to APTA, going to SWATA, telling the story and leading there. So Matt said any voice that's not Heather earlier, but I'm gonna call on you now. I would like to hear about this in particular one. I'm taking nervous.
I think the lots of really good feedback to consider.
Well done.
So to Jackie's point, well, the vision, it was done in 2022. And these are a lot of the same conversations we had.
Okay.
And I think the word "our" was intentionally put in there to show that we were part of, and it's not just us, there means someone.
Okay.
Us included.
Right.
But I may be wrong. I think we have landed on leading the way because we just struggled with what was the right language to capture that we wanted to be leading the conversations. We wanted to be in the lead position on electrification. We wanted to be in the lead position on a community that embraced transit as a solution to many community problems. I really appreciate Lori's perspective about big, if it's because we use the mission and the vision and the core values and the goals to really develop our work plan, which is what we want to get to, right? And if it's too prescriptive, does it prevent us from being exploratory in developing some of those work plan goals? I'm up to the nerves, so I heard a bit what's been said, so I can only hear that history.
I think that, like to add a little context, what what Heather just said, and others have said as well. Getting you where you want to go. This is the mission. This is what we do day in, day out. This is what the staff goes to, you know, go and deliver service, go out, develop the projects, capital delivery, go out and plan. Like, we're pretty good at this, right? Is there?
Yeah.
Right, so this is at the end of 2030. It's like we're very intentional about where you want to be in 2025. Take a look at, go ahead and open this up, take a look at these initiatives. Eric, this. Well, you words, they make a difference. But the overall, big picture, you might to the macro analysis, I would say this vision and the, 10,000 homes that you identify back in 2020, but the really effective vision to achieve this plan and these objectives that were laid out. So there's always an opportunity, especially in a room this big, to do a lot of wordsmithing. That's not the goal of what we want to do here today. And absolutely, this will not be the final time that we plan on this word or these words. And words are important. I don't want to minimize the importance of the words, but from a vision standpoint, absolutely, we would recommend doing this in rooms like this all across the country. You don't want to hem yourself in or box yourself in and be too prescriptive in a way that you're gonna have to revisit this next year because who knows what comes up in a whole one from now.
And certainly what to say, our introduction of this conversation today is not a push that you change it or saying that it's wrong. There are often times that we walk into rooms that they are good, their vision and their values, how they resonate with the community. We've also walked into the rooms and they're like, we don't have none of that in years. And we really need to have this conversation. That's not where you guys are. This conversation has been somewhat recent. But just wanted to add that we are not pushing towards change, simply asking the question, does this resonate today?
One comment, we talked about leading, I would say, just in my experience, since I've been here, Mountain Lion started leading the way during the last 5 years, and I think going forward, it's more about sustaining that momentum, so maybe instead of leading, it's at the forefront of sustainable transportation. Staying at that level of the maturing while still striving to do more on the modern challenge and question for values, so maybe we work that a little bit.
Sure.
Just a thought.
Certainly have that on your tax initiative process somewhat recently, so I think you're also part of your vision now is delivering on those promises that were made to the community.
Throw out one more idea and then I'll, for the sake of that one. But if it's connects communities and is valued by all. I think that gets to some of the leading the way. And we're saying valued by all, then it's valued by the industry, it's valued by our tourists. It's kind of like we're talking about the value, a parent, your elderly parents, whatever, are using transit. A visitor that knows, the Flagstaff region or its transit system, that's a value, whether they come up and use it or not.
If I may, what I'm going to suggest is that we have a workshop with the team, management and leadership team, executive and leadership team, in 2 weeks. That's 2 weeks from tomorrow. Just put a pin in this for today. We will capture all the notes, comments, and feedback that you have, and give the team a little bit of homework. If you, when you walk out of this room, have any parting thoughts today, please share those back, and we'll revisit this. Put some polish on this in our workshop in 2 weeks. Sound good? Thumbs up, thumbs down. See head nods. Great. Okay.
I would like to give Heather the opportunity to give a status review of the previous strategic plan and work view.
Thank you for that discussion. I'm really thinking on what word replaces leading. But with that said, I'm gonna lead us through a discussion on where we're at with the 12 to 18 month strategic work plan. I did put the full strategic plan and the 12 to 18 month work plan in each of your desks, chairs, so that if you're interested in seeing what was the full breadth of those work plan items, you have them. I'm only going to cover the things that were undone or left as incomplete after my last review this past spring to today. So I'm only focused on the items that still were in progress. All the things that had already been marked previously in prior reports, I'm not going to touch on today. So our strategic work plan is attached to our 6 goals. For goal 1 in June, we had 5 open items that are here on this slide. And as indicated by the green check marks, 4 of those are now complete. And our only remaining item under our work plan for service excellence from the last 12 to 18 month work plan that was adopted is our first last mile project, which I'm very pleased to report to you is making great progress. We are actually under construction now with the first project of the first piece of this project, which is taking place at Route 66 in Huntington. It is sidewalk and bike access improvements. We're partnering with the city of Flagstaff to get that done. And then we are looking at 3 separate pedestrian crossings on Highway 180 under this project as well. We actually anticipate being able to close out this grant and the project and making that check mark green within the next 18 to 24 months. We believe we can move much faster than that, but when you're talking about that many jurisdictional partners, you have to plan for the extra time. Moving on to goal 2, stewardship of resources. Again, we had 2 open items in June. One of those is now complete. We have evaluated our TAM software. We are in the process of developing a procurement to improve that solution. But we are still in the process of evaluating the bus stop conditions per the transit asset management scoring criteria. And just so everyone in the room is aware, TAM, in the first bullet, TAM, the acronym, that is a federally set standard that we are using to look at every one of our bus stops. We can anecdotally say we know that our bus stops are in a good state of repair because we regularly assess and make those adjustments, and we take shelters off, rehab them and put them back. But this allows us to really go through the criteria and mark it. This was an objective by that team that is still open. With the completion of this, 100% of the work plan items for meeting goal 2 will be complete. Goal 3, investing in our workforce. So I have 2 slides on this. I think there were 8 or 9 open items in June. Here on this slide, you can see 4 of them have been completed since June. And we have 1 open one, which is really trying to figure out how to communicate to each individual person what their development opportunities are. So we can identify easily what development opportunities are important to some staff members. It is more of a struggle to identify what globally is viewed as an opportunity. So we are still working on getting that complete. But I wanted to show you because we're really proud that we've implemented this post-training tool, feedback tool. After every training for new employees or reoccurring in staff development, we're offering this opportunity with a quick 5-question survey because we want to know if the training we're providing is valuable, if the way we provide it meets your learning needs, all of the important things to know that we are effectively providing training and development to our team members through internal and external sources. We've actually completed this survey with our last 2 training groups, as well as with 2 internal trainings provided, and overwhelmingly received feedback that the training was effective and staff appreciated the opportunity to participate. We'll have more information on that for you as a report in the future. It just was only those 4 events at this time. The remainder of the strategic work plan for goal 3, investing in workplace, is these 4 bullets with 2 of them still remaining incomplete. One of the reasons it's incomplete is We 5 years ago decided that we needed to look at health and benefit options. And in the last 12 months, we don't know if that's really what we want to do. Staff have been through a lot of changes here over the years with cost changes in the community. And we would rather keep people where they're at and happy. We don't feel like our health insurance costs are over expensive for us, the agency, or for our employees. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in the pool here in Flagstaff. And we think that partnership's important. So we'll be making a recommendation on whether or not we want to carry this forward in the coming months, but that's why no progress is being made. Feels like we're spending a lot of time and energy on something we're not sure needs to be solved. We are working on rejuvenating our job shadowing program and making sure staff know about the opportunities. Many of our leadership team is shadowing drivers now by going out in the field, riding vehicles, seeing what they experience on a daily basis, but we need to flip that and bring those staff members into the office as well. That said, I wanted to show you a couple of things that we have done in the last 6 months. We've developed an employee engagement plan as well as employee engagement materials. We are committed to ensuring employees understand the value of the job that they perform to the community. So this is just a sample of a monthly tool that we'll be using to engage our staff members on their value in the roles that they hold within the community. Goal 4 is enhanced safety culture. There were 2 open items and both of these are now complete. So this goal, 100% of the work plan items have been completed within that 12 to 18 month period. Community engagement, goal 5. We had these 3 open items. My pages are out of order. We had these 3 open items and 2 of them are open but ongoing. The bottom one, I want to share that we believe it's really important that Mountain Line participate in a marketing campaign that gets people out of their cars when there is a significant construction project going on in downtown Flagstaff. That anticipated significant construction project has been anticipated for 5 years and is still not broken ground. And so we'll continue focusing on where we can tell the public they could change their commute, they could change their stress levels by using transit, but maybe not be so focused on one specific area. And then when some of those projects in the downtown area, like this bridge replacement, actually start to happen, then we can engage on developing the marketing material for that. We did engage our board and many public officials recently in this community event, creating a stronger Flagstaff. We appreciate the partnership with Friends of Flagstaff's Future and the ability to bring the speaker here. This room was full. If you were here, this room was incredibly full. I didn't know we could put that many people in here. You think it's crowded now, it's really nothing to compare to what it was. And we're so grateful. Many of you actually were here. Our elected officials were here, many staff from these agencies. We think it's a great way to continue engaging on these very important, informative topics to our community and hearing our community's concerns. Goal 6, fiscal responsibility, this last goal in our strategic plan. The work plan items that were open in June are on the screen. We have completed all but the first. The first item remains open mostly because we're in the middle of an operational assessment right now, which will help us decide what are those additional operating agreements needed, what additional partnership opportunities are available to us so that we can then revise these partner agreements. And with that, that's my update on the strategic plan and the work plan items. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
But I'm gonna let you sit down. So back to our conversation. Leading the way with sustainable transportation that connects communities and provides value by all. Thinking about that work plan, what was it like to deliver that work plan over the course of the year? Thinking about, is it consistent with the mission and vision?
So I think some key items of our work plan that we delivered upon, we're all sitting in this building that is a primary example of sustainability. I think the tax passing really demonstrates what we want to do with services that serve the community, residents, visitors alike. I think the service changes that we made in July are a step towards ensuring that we continue to be valuable in the community. The relationship with FUSD
which came to us all, I think, as a surprise, but that is wildly successful. I think all of those are evidence of where we continue coming to the table and saying, hi, let us help. Hi, let us join the conversation. We're participating with the city on code conversations, the reason we've had stronger towns here. So I think Mountain Line does a lot. And I think there's so many unrecognized pieces. Like, we come and tell you about these things, and if anything, I would tell you, I'm not really great about telling you how they all tie back to the strategic plan. We have a written work plan. I do try and provide you with 6-month updates on that plan. But I think there's a lot of elements that we don't talk about. Those would be my key items of success over the last 12 to 18 months that I think really embody our mission and vision.
Yeah. I just hearing you speak, Heather, and thinking about the embracing challenges, the element of the work plan with talking about employee benefits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Often we develop the best laid plans, you get into it, and then you say, all right, is it going to be valued by all? You know, by valued by all in this case means, you know, by the workforce, by the employees. You go down a path and you discover it's not going to be a value. It's okay to come back and say, we had accomplished having everything on a green, you know, it's okay to have a yellow, or it's okay even to have a red, and have the justification to report back to this room and say, this is why we're not moving forward. Does that make sense to this room? Let me ask a board member who wants to be a brave board member. The value of Heather's reports, the value of the leadership team's reports to this board. You see the connectivity and tie to both the mission and vision?
Yeah, I do. For me, it's pretty clear. It's sharing with us where we're at with stuff, and it's connecting to some of those milestones that were mentioned earlier that connect to the mission vision.
Yeah. Anything that the team could do better in reporting back to the mission vision and why? Not all organizations do that. And so, again, we're gonna push and prod and pull and so, this sort of questions that we wanna make sure that as we move forward, the organizational health is in a spot that, you know, one thing to develop plans, the other thing, you know, it's again, you're gonna hear us say, living the plan, living the mission, living the, you know, values. So, good discussion. Transition to next phase of the what? What does success look like? Over here. So when we think about what does success look like? You've had there's a clear roadmap of defining what success looks like. So particularly when we think about leading the way and that mission statement, what does success look like? We often like to think about this, yes, it's 5 years, but it's difficult to get the crystal ball out and say, what's gonna happen in 5 years? We like to chunk it out year by year and really, you know, think on an annual basis. You should have a conversation like this of saying, this is where we're at, this is what we've accomplished, you have an annual report. And so that all ties together. And so thinking about from an annual standpoint, 12 months from now, what will success look like for this organization? You have existing priorities all at your seat. Tying around service excellence, stewardship of resources, investing in Mountain Line workforce, enhanced safety culture, community engagement, fiscal responsibility. Thinking about the year that Heather just reported on, thinking about the successes, the things that got achieved, the things that we're still working on. What would you say? Hindsight's always 20/20.
What was the most important strategy from this past year? Don't be shy.
Investing in the workforce.
Workforce? Okay. Tell me more.
I mean, it seems like it's been a long time since COVID and all the things that kind of racked everybody's world, but really hit transit hard. The efforts that this team has made, and we heard reference to some of them, in keeping the workforce engaged, literally keeping the workforce motivated, and keeping service on the street because they had to work with us. I think was really key. So I'm really focused on that well and kept that.
Great. Important to think about moving forward.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, community engagement, just the work that's been done with FUSD and all of the work on the transit initiative. It's a lot of community engagement. I mean, it was done prior to that effort, but significant, last year, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Important to consider moving forward, your mind. Yeah.
One of the things that's, I don't know if it's most important, but for the year is this building. And leading in that, in terms of sustainability, and building a model for others to build. Like it.
And having this as a community resource, another example of the room was filled with, wasn't just transit being spoken in that room, right? So
It's sort of also an example for us.
example of leading the way, yeah, wonderful example.
All those are definitely important, but again, investing in our workforce, at the city, we have been challenged with that over the last couple of years as well, and although, what we've done at Mountain Line, probably more challenged city and county because, we're battling for similar employees a lot, but it is important, the cost of living up here to, cost so much to train and turn over employees. So if we can, invest in them financially in their paychecks, and keep them here, it just helps the buses continue to go. And that challenge for all of us up here in Flagstaff is the cost of workforce. So although all those things, and to Michelle's point, this is such a gem in our community now, and really sets the example for others to follow. And the art and just everything about it has been such a shining star in our city. We got to keep the workforce going, so I'll give that a high rate.
Yeah, we often hear, and we often counsel, you can have the best strategic plan, you can have the best strategy, you can have the best success outcomes, but without the workforce to make it come to life, so critical. Yeah.
I just wanted to add that the partnership with NAU and the bus training center on NAU's campus, that's something that's been talked about for over a decade, and that finally came to fruition over the last 5 years. So I think that's important to note as well.
Yeah, wonderful, speaks back to that community. Another example of leading the way. Yeah. On the team. I we haven't heard your voice yet.
I think goal 3, investing in online work, is one of the things that I think is a great solution that I have seen. I've only been here for like 2 months, so I don't have a lot of historical perspective. The one thing that I've seen that I think is a great solution are some of the incentives that the employees have when they're investing in the workforce, but the culture of accountability. And so we are keeping track of their attendance and their safety, and there's these metrics that we use to offer some notices that it's not just showing up, but it's showing up and being responsible and being safe and adopting that culture.
Yeah. Anybody else in the team? Thoughts on the most important strategy for next year?
Well, one of the things that hit me when I came out here last year for my interview was after I met with the different teams, I was given a pass to go out and rent bus. And coming from a larger agency and seeing the condition of the fleet, seeing the pride that the operators take in their job, the commitment that they have to the community. And I mean, in Omaha, you would never see somebody get off the bus and say, "Hey, Scott, have a great day," you know, or the operator saying, "Hey, welcome on board, you know, good to see you, glad to see you." And just the overall operation and the safety culture. I mean, this is a very safe agency compared to others that I've had experience with. So, and that falls back to investing in the employees. If the employees feel not only that they're compensated financially, but that their opinion matters, then when they bring a problem to supervision or to leadership, we address it. We address the issue caused it. I think a lot of things that we're investing in the workforce outside of the financial aspect of it as well. Having that commitment, like to Heather's point, leadership riding the buses and interacting with the operators in their environment, not in ours. There's nothing more disheartening to stand other than here, and I get it all the time whenever I have somebody stop by the office because I haven't had a chance to go out. It's like being called to the principal's office, you know, what's going on now, why am I in trouble? But they're not in trouble. So it's important for us to engage them on their front, in their work area, instead of calling them up to have a chat with us in our office.
It's good.
So I had the opportunity over the last year to participate in the leadership acted in a public transportation association program with 33 other people from around the country, where I was by far the smallest agency there. And while I was able to learn a lot from the larger counterparts, what I was really impressed with, and it goes with all of these goals, was through our conversations, we had a lot of really difficult, really fun conversations throughout the year. I was like, we are so far ahead in so many ways in our ability to be nimble, to kind of to Lori's point about that vision statement. Our ability to be nimble with these things is really what sets us apart and allows us to make progress on them. Because of our size, but just because of our structure as well, and how we've always looked at that, you know, whatever, if you want to embody or embrace the challenge, however you want to look at it. So I think that it was really eye-opening to me, being the very small fish in a big pond in that program, that we are, even though we have 2 million riders a year, not 2 million riders a day, we are still doing some equally amazing things to those bigger systems.
Yeah, absolutely.
I had another one to add to this is serving as a model for using private land that's unoccupied for workforce housing. So just doing that itself, it was a model for the community. And then once this goes through the whole process, that will also be a model for the community, for others to take up that effort.
Strong, I'm hearing strong themes of community, strong themes of workforce. Let me ask you another question for the flip of this. Anybody feel like the backpack was filled with rocks and it was a chug up the mountain to be able to deliver the success? Anybody want to be brave? Anybody want to say moving forward, man, I wish we didn't have to think about stewardship of resources, or I wish we didn't have to think about safety culture. I doubt anyone's gonna want to pick those two, but like safe room, safe space, like we're trying to do too many things. Anybody feel that way in this room?
I think if you take, when we talk about three-legged stool, if you take any one of those out, the rest are adversely impacted. I mean, it is a whole, it's a culture here. But I represent another smaller transportation authority, actually, you know, and Mountain Lions actually reached out to help them. They looked to Mountain Lions as a model. They said, okay, how do we do this? Because this is how Mountain Lions does it, you know, and I really think you've got a good base, it's just a foundation. That if you take any of those out, the rest of it's gonna suffer.
Heather, you were brave and raised your hand.
what has it been like? Thinking about the challenges to deliver an extremely full, aggressive work plan with pride and lead a team. What's one thing that you might want to think about doing a little different moving forward?
I don't think I'd change anything. I think our attorney is correct. Scott's right. You remove any of those 6 pillars, the other 5 fail. I think they're so integrated, they're so related. We're only successful in the public supporting a transit tax initiative because we're engaged in the community, whether they use the bus or not. We're only successful with our workforce because we have public partners who sign agreements to help fund what we're doing and approve what we're doing. What would I do different? It would have started with a full staff. I mean, that's the most honest answer. Mountain has been very focused on frontline staff. We have to have frontline staff to deliver services. Buses don't roll unless someone's in the seat. Versus a planning director, we can absorb planning duties while we do a planning director. But when you're absorbing a planning director and an operations director and a financial director, the backpack got very heavy at times. So if anything, I would say being really honest with ourselves about the challenges with all 6 of those goals, and are very aggressive, because I don't know how to do anything other than very aggressive work plan. Making sure that we were being considerate of how much we were agreeing to take on in trying to live and be our mission and our vision and our core values. Because my biggest worry as the CEO has been burnout among staff, because that backpack has been very heavy. But I don't think those goals can or should change. I don't think they would be successful without each other. I just think Mountain Line needs to be sure that we'll be thoughtful about capacity within our organization, whether it's staffing or financial or resources.
Yeah, the thoughtful thing is the actions that we are going to sign up for over the course of the next year. That collectively, again, thinking about the house structure, right? The board has to think about and say, yes, we are signing up, we are going to fund those actions. We are in alignment to say that those are the right priorities. You know, Heather and the team then have to deliver those. You are responsible for showing up and you know, delivering on those. And it's the clarity and alignment that, yes, this is what success looks like. But you put too much in the backpack, you upsets, you lose team members, and it's, you know, it's a constant balance.
I was gonna say, just to have, I don't think it's the goals, I think are perfect, there's 6, I don't think that's too much. The objectives within the goals, maybe there's a couple of them that could be cut down, but I think it's the strategies underneath the objectives where the amount that you set forth for yourself may have been a lot, especially because other stuff is gonna come up, and you can't predict today who's gonna maybe not be here in 2 years when this is part of the plan. So I would say it's really the strategies underneath the objectives. I think even the objectives were not too much. I would say that the strategies part we need to look at being more reasonable.
It's good words, capture that for the reasonable and capable. We like to think in the smart, you know, specific type of goal, if it's attainable, realistic, and time bound. You know, definitely at the end of this, you're gonna have that. But almost every single room that we are honored to stand in the facility, we get into this cycle and we get excited and yeah, let's do this and let's do this, and building on the strengths of what we did last year. And almost every team gets to the point where the list is longer than what we can actually achieve and achieve with excellence. And so that's the push and pull as part of this exercise moving forward.
And then keep the list, don't get rid of the list, but let's say, okay, here's the list, here's what we think we can do in 5 years. And if we finish something, then we're like, oh, let's go to the list, what more can we add to it? As opposed to, oh gosh, we didn't get to do that because we overextended ourselves. So I think developing the list, I don't think there was much we didn't include 5 years ago, right? Like everything that was thrown up on the wall, we're like, yeah, let's put it in there. So let's have the master list, but then let's make a reasonable fight.
Yeah, that's good.
That way we don't lose what the great ideas
You're
were,
welcome.
right? They were great, because there's lots of great ideas, we don't wanna lose it, and I think then you guys were just like, we'll do everything. As opposed to, let's be reasonable, and then we can add more in, like, hey, and not only did we do these, but we were able to do these that were still in our master list.
Lori?
And I'm just thinking out loud, because I feel this, I mean, they're all very important. And I don't wanna see any eliminated, but I think 6 is an unusually big number, like 5 seems like more, and we don't have to be in the normal, but I was just thinking, could enhance safety culture, because that's part of investing in our workforce, not financially, but investing in their training and rewarding them for, not having accidents and stuff. Is that too risky to add those two together, so we have just a very sharp 5 goals and not 6? Because if 6, then why not 10? And then the backpack gets very heavy, right? So I think that there might be some opportunity to roll enhanced safety culture into goal 3, because it is about the employees and giving them the training and rewards recognition. So it's about.
Good thought. I'm gonna put a pin in that and we're gonna come back to that, yeah.
I thought you were gonna go a different route with that same answer. I look at goal 2 and goal 6, steward of resources and fiscal responsibility of kind of the same thing, so. Everything you just said about those other 2 goals, I wonder if those 2 goals could possibly be merged into one goal, because. When I think about fiscal responsibility, I am thinking about that stewardship of our resources and how we're applying it.
Hold on to that thought, we'll might couple us together shortly.
So can I tell you a funny story about why there's 6? So the plan was built in 2019. How many of you were part of Mountain Line in 2004? Does anyone remember how many direct reports the general manager had in 2019? And each of us were given an objective to come up with a work plan for our departments. So just thought I'd tell you, that's why there's 6. Because
How many are there now? How many are there now?
back to 5.
Okay.
No, 4. But that's how literally we took people's positions and responsibilities and rolled it into a strategic plan. I just thought I'd tell you that, it's funny to me.
It's good context, yeah.
I think the feedback you've gotten is extremely good.
Good. So Jill, you wanna talk a little bit about another input?
Sure, so as part of this process, I talked to many of you in this room. My colleague, Luke Allison, who also works on our team, spoke to many of you in this room. I would say, staff, board members, and the advisory committee, the TAC, we probably got to 80% of you. And there were some common themes that emerged from those discussions. And we wanted to share those with you today to sort of inform the process as we begin to talk about success outcomes or what the strategic priorities are as we move through this process. I think that we heard often when we ask the question, what does success look like for Mountain Line, was growing ridership. Growth in ridership, but I would love to sort of press on that question. You don't have to answer me right now, but I want to put this in your thought process to be thinking about. Does that mean more rides from our existing riders? Does that mean new riders because there are construction projects, as Heather mentioned earlier, and we are encouraging folks to get out of their cars and try to? Is that new riders from large events? Is that new riders from new areas? You're providing coverage to places that we don't serve. So what does that ridership mean? We'll press on that. Community partnerships was another common theme from those conversations about what success looks like for Mountain Line, what Mountain Line does well, what Mountain Line should continue doing. And we've heard that theme come through in conversation today. Another one that we heard that was a little bit unique to some of the conversations that I've been part of over the last year was a really strong sense of pride in the environmental impact that Mountain Line has.
a lot of electrification here, battery electric buses, hybrid electric buses. And clean air, contributing to clean air by emissions reduction. So that came through strongly in those conversations. Yes,
Can I have a guilty moment right now?
go right ahead.
I'm sorry.
Draw water. You can just keep refilling that.
I'm gonna refill this one out.
Make sure that you keep that for the duration of our trip.
The attention to detail that this team takes, I've had the opportunity to work with the team several times. Like, this is frowned upon within this organization, right? That doesn't happen like lots of different organizations, but like having the intentionality to bring your strategy to life.
I note that you and I are the only people in this room that have invested more. So thanks for making me feel guilty too, Lauren. Another strong theme that came through in those conversations, in terms of what would success look like for Mountain Line, and where should Mountain Line's focus and prioritization be? Is enhancing service frequency. That is a service improvement, would be a service improvement, enhancing frequency. How often the bus comes and how often the bus is available for folks. That contributes to accessibility. Often, I know throughout my time in transit, that's something that you hear. Why don't you ride the bus? It doesn't come at a time that's convenient for me. And if it does, the frequency is so low that if I miss that bus, then I can't be an hour late for work. Most people can't be half an hour late for work and still keep their job for any long length of time. So improving upon frequency to the service that's provided, and how exactly that frequency is delivered. Connecting neighboring communities, so service expansion outside of the areas where Mountain Line provides service today. Does that mean with a fixed route bus? Does that mean with a dial-a-ride or micro transit type service? It may not look like the service that Mountain Line's providing today. You specifically told me to stay away from this cord, and I have done a very poor job of that, so I'm gonna come over this way, I'm sorry. So expanding to neighboring communities, that's some of that's come out today. And as Matt and I traveled here last night from Phoenix, I noticed some of the signage. I also heard that name, Dunn Park, heard those names in conversations that we had with you guys. A strategic stewardship of funding. Mountain Line cannot take their eye off the ball. You have had the voters demonstrate their confidence in you. You have used strategic stewardship of resources and funding to put you in this building where we are today. That has to continue, and that will be something that is important to demonstrate to the communities as a strategic priority moving forward. And then this last one, heard Heather touch on this a moment ago with the rocks in the backpack, staffing for growth. Probably would have been easier to do all of these things, starting with the full staff. Will certainly be easier to continue growing and doing all the great things that Mountain Line is going to do over the next 5 years and appropriately staffing. That is not unique to you as a small agency. So I don't want you to feel like, as Jackie said earlier, that you're behind other agencies. I worked at a smaller agency, Matt has worked at a smaller agency. As you spend some time there, you kind of pick up skills and resources that don't exactly fit your job title or job description, but that makes it hard when someone leaves. You need 2 people to backfill a role that was once filled by 1 person. That 1 person had 15 or 20 years of tenure and experience, but you have to staff appropriately and structure those positions appropriately to continue growing and continue being successful in doing all the great things and providing service for your community as a valued member. So those really, lots of things came out in those conversations, but these were some overwhelming themes that we heard, regardless of who we talked to, whether that was staff or TAC. So how do we use those things? So Matt asked this question a little bit earlier, but would love to give you the opportunity to take some time to reflect and do this either individually or talk amongst those around you. We've got a handout here. We have this under C, so I don't know if people need it. So I'd love to have you write some headlines. This first one is looking back over the last strategic plan.
What are you most proud of that Mountain Lion has accomplished? I'm gonna take one and pass it down, kind of going in both directions. Does anyone else need an ink pen to participate in a written exercise? Okay, so sorry, Jackie, just you. Well, this first, right one, oh. Thank you. And we would love it if you would write this as a headline that might appear in the paper or on a news media site. What are you most proud of that Mount Laurel accomplished over the course of the last? I'm sorry that this is. Not a place. Oh, right, vicious. Go right. That's the problem. Just had the question up here, someone said, can I write in rule that one? There's been a lot, there's a good problem to have. Multiple things that you are so proud of.
No.
Don't melt you.
That's good. It's not, you need a couch.
How are we doing on this question? In more moments? Let's invite a few people to share of what they are most proud of that Mountain Lion has accomplished over the course of the last strategic plan. Busy, you are online and I would love to hear your voice.
Yeah, hey, thank you. So it wasn't presented here because it had been done a little while ago. I was looking through our strategic plan, but implementing a new computer-aided dispatch automatic vehicle location, CAD AVL is what we call it, but it's like the real-time arrival solution that passengers use to, ride the bus, know where it is. I think it's something I'm most proud of because it was such a challenge for us in the background. It was such a challenge for our riding public. And this change has really improved so many things about how we relay information, how we do things behind the scenes. And I think that's the other thing is this was all done with probably nobody knowing, it's like staff in the background knowing it. And I think it's just something that I'm most proud of because it took a lot of work on staff's part to vet all of these CAD AVL providers. And we have a really great solution now. So that's mine.
Thank you for sharing. So the CAD AVL system that Mountain Lion implemented is something that Busy is most proud of throughout the strategic plan. Would love to invite some other voices. Yes.
I put the opening of the DCC. Opening of the DCC. I feel like it touches on so many of our goals and our defining success. It will enhance ridership. We have a lot of community partners, also with our environmental mission, service improvements. It'll help us for expanding future. I just think it's a great facility and it really shows our community that we are investing in bringing a good service.
It is a very visible mark of investing in the community, investing in the workforce. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for sharing. I would love to invite your voice.
I thought the bond passage.
On that. Absolutely.
Since my other one was taken then on the DCC, I will say advances in safety culture.
Advances in safety culture, awesome. We'll give Matt just a minute to catch up before I need some of these down. It's about the opening of the DCC. Advances in safety culture. Passage of the bond. CAD AVL system. We'll come over to, oh, yes.
So I run the campus shuttle services over at NAU, so
Yes.
selfishly very happy, somebody mentioned it earlier. CDL course took us years, right, to get the grants and everything else and to build it, and really selfishly, because we tried before that. We'd use parking lots on campus, which is really hard to do because we'd have to stand at 5 a.m. and have to do tests because the campus is open during the day. Additionally, the turning on it ripped apart the asphalt on those parking lots, so that is an expensive CDL course to try to keep up with. So it's been amazing for our team, for their team, as well as for the community with the CCC program, which then filters drivers into our systems. And so that was just such a huge win for the entire community, but very selfishly for our department, it's been amazing, so.
CDL course, great, thank you.
Can I build off of that? Because I put that was one of the things I put down, but it was broader. It's Mountain Lion builds and shares facilities and partnerships with NAU, FUSD, and CFE. Because that's a thing that CDL course not only is on any project that's used by the city, it's used by school districts, that includes that training. But we also just entered into a lease, because we built DCC, we're leasing property offices to the Coconino County
Flood control district.
Yeah.
Well, we're hoping to, that's still pending board approval.
But
Not this board, this board.
I just see that, and then we also have the agreement with the school district, we're exchanging use of facilities. So from the out, somewhat from the outside, getting this stuff come through, the number of community partnerships that have just grown, and a lot of that, see, of course, it's just, collateral impact that this book has had.
Okay. It's not only community partnerships and community values, but a demonstration of collaboration, one of Mountain core values, so love that. I'm gonna come over here to this side of the room. And about your voice scale.
Mine?
Yes.
Well, I'm CDL bus training facility.
Okay.
I have to have a workforce in order to operate, and Aaron's point earlier, it's literally been over a decade.
Sure.
Where we've been searching for parking lots, and so it's just really good to see it come to fruition.
Yeah, thank you. And a second vote for the CDL. How about you, Paul?
I have opening of the downtown connection center as well.
Opening of the DPC, awesome. All right. You can talk, you don't have to wait on me to call on you. Sometimes I'm trying to forward folks. Michelle?
I kind of rolled everything, a bunch of things together and said leading in sustainability, sustainable leadership.
Okay, sustainable initiative.
Vehicles, downtown connection center, expanding routes, increasing routes.
Okay. Well, good catch all. Nice. Does anyone else want to share? Yes, ma'am.
This might be a little recency bias as well, but and it may, I don't think it was part of the strategic plan, but partnership with NBSC for the high school transportation. And so at the time that happened, I didn't work here, but I had students who were impacted by that.
Okay.
And Mountain Line's response for everybody that we dealt with at that time, the planning routes, taking care of how passes and figuring out that whole situation, was a big change, and it was a very fast change. I think we were notified in maybe December that as of, when the kids come back to school, there will no longer be any school bus transportation. So it was kind of shocking. It was a tough transition. Well, it was just a very swift transition for a parent and how to figure out how to get kids to school. And so everybody that we had dealt with Mountain Line was just fantastic. We had emailed maybe the day before school started. I was looking at Google Maps or something and the route had dropped off for some reason. I was like, oh no, like the route that we had practiced and that we had planned with my kids was gone off of the app. And so I emailed somebody over here. I have to find out who it was, but we emailed back immediately. We were like, there's just something going on with the route app. But here's the route your child needs to take, and I promise it will be there. And it was awesome. It's just proud of you.
That's that CAD AVL movement that Disney talked about, by the way. So when the riders use tools, they gotta work, and then your provider has to do some.
Awesome. Yes, Anne.
I mean, mine relates to, headline is the passage of the Proposition 488, which is just huge to secure long-term funding. But behind that is all of the grants in the last more than 5 years that Mountain Line team, management, Heather, Jackie, and prior individuals that have been at Mountain Line have busy on the line here, and some other colleagues that are in the room have put together to secure different funding. And through COVID, through projects on Milton that didn't work, that we were able to parlay grants and put it into the Downtown Connection Center. I can't tell you, and the $6 million from the state of Arizona, huge. That allows us to put more money into operations because we're not spending it on 80% roughly is then federalized or from another partner. So I think that to me is like a huge part of the story. Maybe not so much the headline piece, but behind why we've been big success.
And what's it take behind the scenes to make those things happen and to get those grants? I said at the beginning of this conversation, my first introduction to Heather was, when we were both in deputy CEO roles at transit agencies. Heather was here, but we met in Washington, DC, advocating for transit and telling that story, that's not one of your strategic priorities, but that's what it takes. It takes communicating advocacy efforts at federal level, but also the state level and local community to get those grants and to be successful. Awesome.
Jack,
My one that, so some of mine have already been said, but the one that hasn't been said yet for me is being, I'm gonna use an asterisk next to it, fully staffed with operations and with operators, and it's ebbed and flowed over that time, but I think that the vision of our board to approve the wage adjustment and just get us to a place where we could stop with the bleeding. And then the investments that we, have made since then in training and retention. The things that we've already talked about are not possible without us putting out a bus every day. So many other agencies struggle with that, with, their buses don't leave the yard because they don't have a rear end in a city. We can't be reliable for FUSD if our buses are not reliable moving here every day for the other side of town. You don't get a proposition passed because the headline is that Mountain Line is not reliable. Things along those lines. So I think that really being fully staffed at any given time has really helped with all of those things.
100%. Would invite you to shift gears a little bit now. So looking ahead over the next 5 years, what are the 3 most important things that Mountain Line needs to accomplish or needs to focus on to achieve success?
All 3?
Oh, did you write it out already?
Oh, I did.
Oh, we're cheaper.
Oh, yeah.
Well, has the rest of the room, did you guys all fill that second section already?
That was exciting.
I love it. All right. Let's, 3 things. Now, we'll have some discussion and sharing. Before we go grab our lunch, we'll have a working lunch, but we'll give you the opportunity to kind of vote on these. And we'll land on some success outcomes. Asking you for 3 is not, it's not a premonition, or we're not giving you a preface that we're only gonna choose 3.
That's 90. I'm just gonna remind us all that you thought my work plan was aggressive. We all get 3 headlines. That's 90 headlines.
We're not putting 90 rocks in anyone's backpack today. So we'll say that, but my suspicion is that the 3 things, there are going to be themes around the room of what those 3 things are. Just as there were common themes in the conversations that we had, I believe there will be common themes in what this room has identified as the 3 most important things. You said you were ready. You did, and he did. I'm gonna give you guys Tony and Andy. I'm gonna give you guys the floor first, and then we're gonna go to this side of the room where we come back and forth.
All right, well, I picked the 3 lowest lying fruits.
Okay.
And that was complete the workforce housing project.
Workforce housing project.
Complete the maintenance shop project over at the Casper location. And complete the 2nd phase of the TAC Connection Center.
Okay. Complete maintenance and Casper. Complete phase 2 of the ECC. And complete workforce housing project. All right.
We're all laughing because that's Anne's backpack.
Sorry. Instrumental in the transformation of mountain lining and having those done really sets us up for the future, so.
Absolutely. And I'm not giving you my backpack, which has multiple, it has lots of zippers, too many zippers, I can't find anything, I'm not giving you that. Okay, keep it back with those 3 things. Yes, Andy.
All right, continued employee investment to ensure long-term service excellence. We know that, and really the previous conversation made me think about that. And continued evaluation of service needs. What are the gaps in aligning those services to the need?
Okay.
And then capital investment needs to meet service demands, and that speaks to what Tony had.
Okay.
The details Tony had provided us.
So employee investment, service excellence, where those 2 things
Yes.
come out.
Evaluation of service needs, aligning service. So what are the gaps?
Yeah, evaluating and aligning.
Yep, continue to do that.
So service
And then-
gaps and right sizing service that's out there.
Yes.
Okay,
And then capital investment needs to meet those service.
capital investment things, great. Our scribe, I'm making sure he's capturing.
Wait, a push on that last one?
Yep.
So. What does the
what is the deliverable on that, or what is that, is that a?
I think Tony listed, three, for Ann to accomplish, so.
So
Yeah.
an overarching, capital, you know, like a CIP.
Yeah,
Program and then pulling together.
yeah, I think my comments are definitely clearly overarching, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if it's, if there are gaps in service and we need, stops at different locations, for example.
Yeah.
Identify those gaps and where to locate those facilities.
And I know you have your comprehensive operations analysis that's, will be coming online soon, and I imagine that that will be part of what is investigated there. All right, great. Thank you, both of you for being willing to go first. I'm gonna come over here. Making eye contact, that tells me you got.
That's a mistake, that was a mistake on my part.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. This is, I got a couple things that really kind of fall into this, the city's lap, but, you know, I think Mountain Line needs to keep pushing, and there's. I thought these are rocks that are coming out of the backpack, but I think need to come out more. So first and last mile retrofits, there's still a lot of neighborhoods that really can't get to transit because of the physical layout.
Tell me a little bit about what you mean by that. Is
That
that
was
like sidewalks?
Yeah, well, it's like a
Gotcha.
sidewalk or just the road network, you know, you can see the stop out of your backyard, but you have to walk 3 blocks
Okay.
to get around to
Train
it.
track or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's like as the crow flies,
Yeah,
it's close, but your path to get there, it's not.
And
Okay.
so, I think we need to start thinking pretty aggressively about investing in this kind of retrofit.
Okay.
And then there's code work underway right now that would assure that new development is making those connections and making them well. I just need to make sure that that gets followed through on and done well.
That is so important,
Yeah.
so important. So I know I loved getting the call after something was open, and like, we need you to come here. Did you think about how we were gonna do that? It's like, you know, the road network was not set up. That is super important.
And then 2030, this is probably a stretch goal.
We love stretch goals.
But you know, we took a run at BRT a few years ago, and you know, I think it's getting to be time again.
Time to investigate that again.
Really, and we're doing the master plan, and hopefully we'll take a hard look at that.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you for sharing. And you've got some big rocks in your backpack, but I'd love to hear more about what you think there.
Well, mine were kind of high level. I mean, I started with, I guess, the goal, excellent service. How think this goes back to the OA and what our service will look like in the next 5 years, but how can we close the gap to compete with the car? Frequency, coverage, you know, all those pieces. Somewhat of the capital of how to do that. Yeah, just competing, how to bring more people into the transit fold. And I really highlighted investing in the workforce piece. You know, how do we continue to invest in our team? Promoting that future growth internally to support service, and really that fiscal stewardship and transparency. Right now, we have, you know, estimated what the tax will bring. We have a potential, you know, out of the OA, we'll have a better sense of what we can cover over the next years. There's a delta for future growth. Nobody knows what's going to come to the table in the next, you know, who's going to show up in Flagstaff, I'm going to build here. And I feel like we really knowing what that capacity is going to be really important.
Okay.
And having that clarified sooner so that we can make informed decisions in the next 5 years.
I know the two of you are trying not to talk, but I know you have things on your paper that I would love to hear from Heather or Jackie. We'll start order. All right, rock, paper, scissors. Here we go.
Mine are pretty simple, I guess. So delivering on Prop 488 and making sure the public knows about it so that they understand that what the investment was and that the investment was delivered on. A little bit to what Heather was saying earlier, getting those key positions filled from a, you know, I even talked about the operators, but you know, getting other key positions filled to make us feel whole, or, you know, deciding that this is just a time to contract something out, because of the place where we all live and we know we live, and attracting talent from outside the community may be challenging sometimes. So are there making those decisions about when, you know, that balance? And then my last one's kind of a like nebulous one. Make public transit cool, but it goes to like, you know, just having, it was what Ann was saying, like making it the choice, making it and it's a bigger thing around the nation too, but making public transit and easy and just something that people, you know, think of as they are making their plans. And I think that our work with FUSD, in my mind, really lays the groundwork for that. So let's start them young, and they know that they have that as an option as they're
For sure, starting them young, so FUSD, then your work with NAU, you know. Getting that ingrained in them, that that's just what they do, you know, whether they
don't think about it, they just do it.
they don't think about it, but hopefully they think it's cool while they're doing it, but it just becomes their habit and sort of their normal rhythm and not something that they have to, you know, give extra thought to. Great, I love that.
So I'm gonna take a couple of suggestions further. I agree, we need to grow ridership, we need to grow service, we have to do it cost effectively. So I think all decisions we should be making should have a containment of, is that the right service level? Is it cost effective to put a blue bus on the street, or is it through a partnership? So sure, I agree with those, I just take it a little step further.
Doing that in a fiscally responsible way.
And that's because I think by the end of 2030, we should be able to show that our finances are sustainable for the community going forward. I know we work hard on that now, but I think it becomes ever more important. I think defining and securing additional service partners is crucial. So we heard gaps in our service. We've heard today the outlying communities. Well, the challenge we have is there's no funding sources for those outlying communities. How do we cure that? I think those conversations and dialogues are important. I think the community is still going to continue saying, I have to drive my car from Kachina Village because you don't have service there, fix it. And it's broader than what Mountain Line can do, so make sure we have the right people. And then my last one was continue shoring up our foundation. Maybe Jackie talked to staffing, and we need to think about as we grow, does it make sense to pay someone to maintain Excel spreadsheets? Or are there software solutions that give us more effective data management? So shoring up the solutions to how we do things, not just.
Okay, great.
I got something.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just want to, so I've been in the group for over 15 years. And I live in Kachina, but one of the things, and it's one of the things I have on mind is expanded service, but I'm not talking about the outlier areas. And I know that doesn't help me personally, but only because I think there's still so much that we need to do for some of the current service areas. And I had promised some of my constituents back on campus that I would bring this up. We have a lot of our lower paid positions that start working before service begins. And those are the folks, we get the eco pass for all of our employees. And we have a portion that's probably the most in need that can't use the service because it just doesn't begin early enough. I expect there are some on the other side that work late. This is not unique to NAU. I assume this is all around Flagstaff, that you have people in certain service industries that their schedule isn't well served by the current bus schedule. And so when I wrote like expanding service, to me, that is more about looking at our start and our end times to really target those people that are most in need. And I agree in community input, but it really goes to what Andy said about identifying those gaps in service. And again, whether they're students that live all around town that, you know, from a financial perspective, or our employees, again, all across our service area that just can't be serviced because of the timing of the service. So whether that's begin time, end time, or frequency. As somebody, again, who lives on the outside and doesn't have service, I'd still rather see that group serviced first. That's fine. I'm gonna off myself.
Working on the
Only because I hear it from folks, and I promised Phil I would say it, so.
Good, thank you.
Anne really spoke to that issue as well in her capital comments about anticipating growth, et cetera.
Okay. I'm sorry, so sorry. Go ahead, Chair.
So I was gonna say, first off, sustainable fiscal responsibility, making sure that we can continue it for the long term. And then my second comment, or second one, is addressing some of that gaps in service, and that's really creating the most accessible bus service and making it as reduced fare as possible, or free, if that's a possibility, under sustainable fiscal responsibility.
Okay.
And then the third one would be what was mentioned earlier, just the investment in our workforce and the workforce housing, because that project will be a big deal and have huge dividends for Mountain Lion workers if we can get it through.
Great, thank you. Thank you. How you doing over there, Mr. Webb? All right. We'll do a quick time check. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
So one thing I haven't heard yet is the, continue with the sustainability goals of Mountain Pine in terms of reducing emissions.
Reducing emissions. Okay. Clean air. Yes. Yes.
So, sort of piggybacking on what Jackie had said on Prop 488, I think there's an accountability component to that, right? You make a contract with the voters, but I think beyond that, there's storytelling on it.
Absolutely.
Right, making sure that people know that these improvements are happening because of the tax measure, right? Because of the contract that Mountain Lion is being held accountable to. So making sure that the story is told.
Couching that in a way of like, here's what we promised. You supported us. Thank you so much. And now look what's coming.
And I might be getting off a bit, but back to the first one, one of my proud moments is securing the financial resources to solidify long-term service, and kind of what Heather was talking about. We leverage our local funds for federal funding, state funding, et cetera. We all know the funding landscape is a bit difficult right now. We all just sort of came out of a federal government shutdown, and that was impactful. I know it was to the county for our infant and children programs, et cetera. So that said, it's good to think about 2030, what's possible, but we also know that the economic climate can be difficult, and it is right now. It won't always be, so we'll be ready when we're ready.
Yeah, I also had continued to invest in employees, continue to provide high quality service to all users, and then complete the workforce housing project.
Okay.
And I wanted to follow up on Dave's comment about investing in the first mile, last mile projects. So the city, our sustainability department notified city staff on Monday about a private grant application that included sustainability and pedestrians. So we're applying for we're gonna apply for two of the first mile, last mile projects that didn't make the list. So some sidewalk info projects in the $1 million to $1.5 million range. So we're always looking for opportunities to improve their access to the transit.
Great. It's heartwarming when, others outside of the transportation view that as an important component and are willing to advocate for that. So thank you for that on behalf of the team. Yes, Randy.
Mine are pretty much in line with everybody except the one that I have, and was with Heather on infrastructure, our IT infrastructure, making sure not only we have the right solutions, but they communicate with one another. But the other overarching thing we need to make sure of is we're moving forward and we're expanding. As your transit agency grows, so grow your issues. You've got that 5% of the population on average that's going to cause issues. So if you go from 2 million to 4 million riders, that's just more issues going to have. So making sure we're focusing on safety, not just safety of our operators, but safety of the general public, safety for all the riders, the students, as we move forward, so we don't lose sight of that.
What did she say? Oh, barely. You're on the way 15 minutes ago. I'm gonna imagine it's weather related.
I think it would be proposing that people use the restrooms, take water break, grab lunch, or use for vegetable. That would be it.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
Sure. So we're gonna go ahead. That concludes kind of that section. Thank you all. Really great conversation, and we are so grateful for all of you. We're gonna take breaks. So there are restrooms just outside to the left down the hallway. If those restrooms are full and you really need one, we have more behind the locked door. We'll be able to let you in for those. Lunch is actually gonna be served right out here there's a couple tables set up. Serve yourself platter type meals, come back in here, we're gonna have a working lunch, but it takes 15 minutes, back within 15 minutes.
We would love to gather your headline papers. We can have some minutes. That's okay. Oh gosh. There's one read in my writing. Wait.
Yeah, I started.
Last week.
Yeah, so they will sign up for
Actually, America always.
Oh. Yes, that's.
Like every.
We have a real good.
Okay.
Real project. My firm.
You guys see your emails, I think my action is to start.
So, really all things are good.
Just been in there.
Yeah, I do a lot, there's a lot of construction, and then I'm there in the line.
We've done.
So.
Oh, goodness.
Right. Son's one of my.
Some of the things he said that. It's like the.
Driving construction.
Smaller one. Staff. Made that. I am out.
Right.
Yes. Good to time. Hopefully the last things that.
So we keep this building, so that you.
Yeah. It's.
Definitely.
It is.
Long-term plan, so, yeah, I know, I'm gonna plan out the whole thing out and try to close out. Like, only for. Yeah. Happy, so.
But, you know, that helps that area out and everything else.
for some flexibility. Lunch will be here.
Tag all you want.
Yeah, get tags. So, we, so heard, went through all of your needs. Thank you, if you, are passionate about different these and want to check back to these, feel free to, go through those, or we can scan them all and send them out as part of the entire group, so everybody can see. Thank you for leaning in on that exercise. So who's good at drum roll? Got a deal of, some key themes, sort of, summarize. And so we'll do the big reveal, the turn around here. So when we looked at what you all came up with as far as key themes, major factors that will define success, service excellence. So service excellence over the course of the next 5 years is going to be like an organization that focuses on ridership, planning for the future need, aligning service offerings to the areas of growth or need within the community that are always changing, evaluating span of service, frequency, identifying that cool factor, focusing and thinking about how you make your service as user-friendly as possible. Safety component certainly speaks to service excellence for your customers, and developing and following a robust capital improvement program that essentially meets all these needs and ultimately drive ridership. Thinking about what you wrote on your paper for service excellence, this incorporates themes that we heard in the room, also incorporates the things that are most important to your customers, which are span of service and frequency and aligning the service offerings. Those are your top 3 most important things for your customers based on the data that they provide in customer survey. What's missing from service excellence? What are we not thinking about? Or what maybe should come out of the board? We agree that service excellence is a priority for this organization moving forward? Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I would say probably in the loud room. All right, good. Jill. Want to do the next one?
Sure.
Next bucket where we sort of couple things together. Value to the community. So what does community value look like to this organization? We've heard a number of things. Phase 2 of the DCC. Workforce housing project, the completion of that, successful delivery of that. Code work and land use. Prop 488, promises, many promises made, delivering on those promises. But not just that, also sharing, communicating that, and just telling that story to make sure that people know. And people know that Mountain One is doing this because of our continued investment and continued confidence in them. Broaden partnerships. Partnerships up today, what will that look like in 5 years? Hopeful for this organization, if there are more, that what exists today flourishes and grows. Continuing to partner with other organizations in the community to provide that value. And then, as I said before, related to Prop 88, telling that value of transit story. Specifically related to Prop 88, that is important, but it's also the one-off stories that are important as well. Of someone whose car broke down and they were going to be impacted in their ability to get to work, but they find value in mountain mine. When you get those nuggets, those can be very impactful. Use those to your advantage. Very much. You tell that story all the time. Sometimes you feel like I'm telling this, people should know, there are still people out there in the community who will say, I didn't know. I see the bus, I knew it was there, I've never used it, I don't know anybody who uses it, so I don't really understand the value. Making sure that they understand, they know that they have some level of awareness. Next. Success outcome area that we heard through these conversations and also through the stakeholder meetings early on is related to employee engagement or employee investment.
Excuse me, before you
Yeah,
move beyond that. I thought Gail's too shy as. You mentioned partnerships and Mountain Line has been, and we heard about. FUSD and all those, many of those were the public sector partnerships. And private sector partnerships is, I think, an area that Gail raised after the point. I think is really an opportunity that can help Mountain Line expand on all of those things you just mentioned. So employer, private sector partnerships.
okay.
We might also talk about developer.
And we can talk about developers as well, yeah.
I think you said what? Developers? Developers.
One of the things, that you'll see is when that's in the findings, if we go through this list of solid buckets, some are gonna show up on multiple, it will be a service excellence and, initiative or an outcome, but it also shows up in that.
Continuing to reduce emissions. It's a direct community action to benefit implementation of our carbon neutrality. So it should show up somewhere. This would be a good place, but you may have it somewhere else.
We didn't know, we were having a question once we get to the end.
Yeah.
Can you hold on to that and let us come back to it?
Yeah.
Because we just had a discussion between, where's the split? We need to ask this question. So another success outcome area, kind of where we bucketed things is related to employee engagement and employee investment. Heard a number of things in this room today, as most important things, but also things that you're really proud of. And it was also on many, many papers that we saw around the room. And continuing to shore up the foundation. Press pause. Might need your.
Good.
Clipper's not working. Shoring up the foundation, working on staffing levels. What are the right staffing levels? Are we properly staffed? The workforce housing project. You will see that up here. That's in value to the community, but it's also value to employees in terms of employee experience, employee engagement, employee investment. Continuing to expand on that safety culture, ensuring that folks have a safe environment in which to work, both physical safety, but also psychological safety. Making sure that safety is a top priority. And then living those Mountain Line values. How are we incorporating the values into the organization every day? Are we showing up for one another? Both as staff members, as board members, as TAC members? Is that integrated into the culture? And then the last one, I'll let Matt take this next one.
Anything we missed on the employee engagement? We've heard employee engagement, employee investment. This room, there about that terminology, words are important. Having an engaged workforce means that, they're showing up, delivering on the work plan, the actions, investing in the workforce means this separate thing. Thoughts on how we find success? was hungry for lunch.
Soon, I promise.
Yeah.
They're two different things, but I think investment could be under engagement, right? You're gonna be, if you're investing in them, there's an engagement component that has to be there. So it may be that the investment is an objective underneath the overarching engagement.
Yeah, it's the,
But I wouldn't lose that word because they are two different things.
yeah,
For investing is different than just engaging.
way to think about it, yeah.
So I don't mean to be nitpicking, but the workforce housing, I mean, I think that's a benefit for the employees, but I think it fits better from the community value. Because it's not just for the mountain life. So,
Yeah, I was gonna point that out too, though. So everyone is really clear. We're engaged in the workforce housing. It does not guarantee housing for Mountain Line employees. It is truly a community-wide project. We have targeted the wage earnings that our employees commonly make, as many of yours do, but it's not guaranteed housing for our staff. Okay, just want to make sure we're all clear on that. So that was my comment too.
Yes, fair push, definitely, I think, an effective. Your tool or strategy to have. Yeah.
One under employee, whatever we decide on engagement investment, that we've been working on, but it's ongoing, is succession planning.
Joe gave me the honor of doing the one that is at the bottom of the footnote, so I apologize. The last one is fiscal stewardship, sort of success outcome category. Within that is, thinking about making sure that the solutions and the services are done in a cost effective manner. Sustainable funding, to the next 5 years, but even beyond, and thinking that they're having it at 2040. Leveraging all available dollars, so speaking to the grant strategy, speaking to the importance of diversifying and leveraging the local dollars to match federal and all dollars, state, federal, and state. And I think that also speaks back to this public-private partnership and some of the opportunities to leverage more partners and seats there. And then the last one is, this, I think, is intuitively easy for transit agencies to tell the value of the transit to the community. Doing this, having the value of transit investment story is a whole nother thing. And so particularly thinking about your Prop 488, thinking about the value of the services that the community is getting, thinking about how you intentionally communicate the value. That I think is an important thing that came up in this room. Anything we're missing for fiscal stewardship? Yeah.
You spent a lot of time in that section talking about leveraging. Well, what are we leveraging? It's the federal dollars. We're gonna be leading. We need to be leading the federal front, and by 2030, we're in reauthorization now, we'll be in it again by 2030. And that needs to be part of what we do, is assuring that those federal dollars are still there and expand the program.
Yeah, excellent. I'm gonna add federal strategy.
If I can tag on to that, can you just write state strategy? I mean, that, to me, it's important when we talk about our financial future is what are the strategies on state funding? There's no state funding for transit programs today. And how do we be influencers and leading the way state funding for transit programs?
You. Yeah.
Yeah.
The value.
Yeah.
Yep, excellent. Anything else? Want to get back to comments that were raised earlier by Michelle in and around the environmental impact, the sustainability, the focus on clean air, the investment. I will want to go back one more. To, stewardship of resources, speaks to that one, so what's the room's thoughts around? Do you want to have another success outcome, a broad category that falls and fits into, the things that you highlight, Michelle, but also, some of the other things that are you're very proud of and you initiated here and you want to continue those. Does that roll into, service excellence? Does that roll into community value? Does that roll into the fiscal stewardship? Can fall into many different buckets, or is it important enough to be its own bucket, its own private, own strategy area? Yeah.
Sort of like safety, I do also see the sustainability piece as being this overarching thing that goes into, like, that guides each of these things. Like we come at everything from like I say, that's the first lens we put everything through is safety. Like before we make decisions, before we make purchases, before we do whatever, it's like employee safety, community safety, whatever, safety of our resources, whatever it's going to be. And I think that sustainability has become one of those other lenses that put everything through as we're making decisions. And just so I don't know, I don't know that captures what your the idea of it, but I do think it is one of those things that has a place in every category.
Yeah, totally. It shows up in every single one of these categories of living and acting it and just developing the accidents. So I think that different organizations, think about things, going back to our conversation, like, well, how do we come up with 6? Well, at the time we had 6 direct reports, right? Some people organize that way. Some say, hey, it's ingrained, and those did that with safety, as Jackie pointed out. Safety is ingrained for our customers, it's ingrained to put it here as well. It's ingrained, it's ingrained here, and frankly, if you're not safe, you're not gonna get the state, or not state, but federal dollars. Yeah, Aaron and Michelle.
So I don't know that it needs to be a separate goal, but I think it's important enough, it needs to be called out. And I was leaning more toward the community, and I agree with you, Jackie. We see the same thing at the universities, that sustainability should be part of everything that we do. But I think sometimes when we do that and it's not called out specifically, people's like, where's sustainability? So I still think there needs to be something under one of our core goals. I don't think it needs to be a separate, because I do think, and so it might be that just making sure that either each section or at least one section specifically says reducing our carbon footprint or reducing our emissions, or fulfilling our commitment to sustainability, something in there that it has to be specifically articulated in there.
Yeah, the fact that it says sustainable transportation in the vision statement, is that good enough? Right, that's high level. That's in there, sustainability is inherent in what we do.
Yeah, and what
Go ahead, Michelle.
I'm getting at is continuing that.
Yeah.
Not just saying, oh, we have X number of bus clear EVs, we want to continue to that, be a model for that kind of sustainability. And I think reducing emissions is important to call out, because it's carbon neutrality plan. And that's a real community value, and I think it's another thing where Mountain Line is on the reduction of emissions. So it's a continuation of what they're already doing.
Is there an aspect of sustainability that should be expressed under each of those?
That's where I was sort of going, is that the reduce emissions is obviously a community value, community benefit. How you deliver your service is, you deliver that in a very sustainable way. Employee engagement, it shows up in your values, how you deliver service, and then this piece of that. So yeah, I want to get to Scott and then back to Michelle.
You got me, because I was thinking, well, managers when busy makes their presentations. about the vehicles, its efficiency, cost, and in the reduction issues that we have. So that's something that we're already close to tracking.
Go ahead, Michelle, I'm listening. I have 3 kids, I can listen.
I think the idea of sustainability, reducing emissions, things like that, also fits into, you know, goals, actually writing grants to make that happen. It can't just be, oh, we're doing it, and without any action, has to be within other categories to a certain extent as well. I'm thinking it might be better just to have its own category, its own goal, because then you can talk about everything, and then it wouldn't get lost within the other goals. But that's my opinion.
Can I add something, Matt? I mean, I think one thing that's a current reality that's going to come up is this balance of values and the fiscal stewardship one of, we're living in a current reality of a current administration that we're, you know, if we're talking about emissions specifically, electric vehicles are, not as favored as they once were, and and thereby the funding for them is not as secure as it once was. So we're in a bit of a limbo right now in a place where we've never purchased a bus without grant funding, and where 80% of it is paid for by someone else, by the federal government. So I think this body is good, these bodies are gonna have those difficult conversations coming up about for fleet replacement, if there is not an opportunity for grant funding for a battery electric bus, are we willing to fully fund a $1.3 million vehicle, and things like that. So I think that's decisions like that are certainly going to be part of the next several years, and who knows how much further out.
Yeah, I'm just saying, cities already started. And then, we have, 3 more years in this administration, right? This is a 5-year plan, so I would like to see it as a goal to continue that, even if we have to wait for years.
I make one quick comment before we second make break. But when I hear the word sustainability, I think of more than just environmental sustainability. I think about financial sustainability, at different layers of. So I think it should encompass more than just the environmental sustainability as we ponder how to be a sustainable organization and make sure that what we do is sustainable across the board.
I think as I've heard many in the room, it throws up unclear where you want to go as an organization. If it shows up in the actions that you are taking, again, we won't finalize this today, but for the sake of getting close, maybe 90% of the way there, we will put this as a sort of a parking lot issue. Do we want to call it out here? It's definitely embedded within the entire the factors that will make up success for the organization over the course of the next year, as well as the next 5 years. Good work identifying this. How are we feeling generally aligned? Show of hands, we feel pretty good about it. Reflective of where we want to go. Show of hands, otherwise. All those opposed? All right. So after lunch, just to give you a little direction of where we'll go, we are going to then frame out sort of thinking about who are the sort of key champions for each one of these areas, thinking about how we think about who needs to contribute to these areas,
And then, we're gonna ask you to prioritize, what's the most important? What's the second most important, what's the third most important? And then what's the fourth, so you can pick your favorite child here, always a fun exercise we'll do in the room. They're all important, they're all identified. But this gives, the team as well as the board, as you make difficult budget decisions moving forward. Sort of, hey, all things being equal, where are we gonna, put our priorities? Sound good? Food is ready. Any instructions we gotta give or?
Don't throw away your plates. They are in the spirit of sustainability. They are all reusable. So we have dish buckets over to the side. So please, like cutlery, cups, everything, just make sure we don't throw anything away. Yes,
So we have identified sort of the categories of success outcomes. We're gonna talk a little bit about putting a finer point on what success looks like. And how we're going to measure success over the course of the next year. So I want you to think about over the course of the next year in this portion of the next hour. Lost my clicker. Okay, in the screen.
You wanna wait on that code?
You want the code up or not?
Yeah, wait on that.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. There it is. So wanted to talk about, so we'll talk about defining success and how we're going to measure that. Then we are going to break. We're going to break you into groups of 4. Have you go around and define think about a SWOT exercise each 10 minutes to think about for each of the success outcomes that we've identified. What are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that face this organization over the course of the next year? And then we'll wrap and talk about how we're going to use all this information that we collected today, how the team is going to move forward, and some of the next steps, and when we expect to come back for the board and all of you in this room to present some of the strategic priorities, the actions, as well as the framework for this. That's how we're going to use the next hour. Want to start with what defining success is. So we love using this example. Some of you may have already seen this example. Please don't share the spoil the punchline. But when you think about success, there's lots of different ways that you can find success, right? The team can define success. The board can define success. The TAC can define success, right? We all have different definitions of success. So that's why we're in this room today, to be aligned around success. So we love pointing out other industries besides the ones that we work in day out. And so when you think about a hospitality industry that focuses quality over price, what's the name that comes to mind? The chain, the brand? Ritz-Carlton, right? Anybody here stay at Ritz-Carlton lately? Nobody? Yeah.
Welcome, please.
Right? Ritz-Carlton, they obviously charge you, but the quality experience, they empower all their employees with a dollar amount that they can make. Essentially, the response is yes. What was the problem? Yes, I'll take care of it. And they empower each of their employees with, and it's a pretty sizable dollar amount that they empower them to say, take care of anything that happens, because we want to have the best experience that you need. Right? You're going to pay for that, but that's how they define success, is in and around quality. Some brand that prioritizes price over quality. Wow. Right? Motel 6, they put it right on their sign, right? But think about it. Think about this equation. Both are extremely successful businesses. Both have clientele. Both have been in business for a long time, and I would argue that both are going to continue to be important because they have the definition of success and they prioritize what's most important. Right? So that's the point of this exercise moving forward. We've identified what the success looks like, but how are we going to measure that, and how are we going to relate it back to our customers? How are we going to relate it back to the community? How are we going to relate it back to the employees? So thinking about how this room shows up collectively, we love this saying, you can have absolutely anything, just can't have everything.
So this is the point of where we're gonna get to prioritization, thinking about, you know, what are the most important things that this organization does over the next. So thinking about your strategic cornerstones and thinking about what success looks like. This is a focus right now at all levels of government, as many of you know. But within the transit industry itself, FTA Administrator Mark Molinaro, this is his direct quote that he shared with the entire transit industry at APTA earlier this year in Boston. We want outcomes that riders can measure themselves. We're not focused on process, we're focusing on results. So having an outcome-based mentality of how you report your success, how you track your success, and thinking about moving beyond just processes or activities. What are the outcomes on this side of the page that we have to define that are going to say, yes, we've achieved that success? We all know what we're signing up for. And yes, we've either achieved it, or we fell short. And these are the reasons why we're working on this beyond just the activities. So thinking about, you know, what are the strategic areas of focus? We like to love a video clip that, you know, we believe is one of the most impactful and telling elements of, a most impactful success outcome in our country's history. We love playing this clip. Listen to President Kennedy and see if you can pick out the success outcomes. Can't get the low right. We'll do my best, President Kennedy. President Kennedy was giving his impassioned speech to the Congress, asking for the authorization and appropriation of the dollar. He said, this country has never before prioritized a strategic initiative to send man to the moon and back by the end of the decade. He could have said just send a man to the moon, right? But he was super focused on sending a man to the moon, back safely by the end of the decade. I'm asking the Congress to appropriate the funds to be able to do that. And obviously the rest of the story, Paul Harvey would say, they know, right? But that's a clear example of taking service excellence and saying, what are we going to plant our flag and what are we going to tell our customers about what service excellence means? These are lots of activities, but how are we going to have an outcomes focus to be able to present to your customers what the outcomes is? Here's another example. So, you know, activity based, we all know what this is. We're going to track the number of interactions that we have with customers, right? Does that tell us the quality of the service? Does that tell us the excellence of the service? Does that help us achieve, you know, leading that with a sustainable transportation that connects communities and provides value for all? Not necessarily if we're just tracking a number. This gets us closer to improving levels of customer satisfaction. Having a success outcome is achieves a net promoter score of, you know, X by the end of the year. This is really focusing on, again, a measurable outcome that helps define your service excellence success outcome. Questions on this? little bit different maybe for what this room has done in the past. Reported on activities. This sets us up to think about service excellence, community value, employee engagement, and fiscal stewardship, maybe in a little bit different way. For years, transit industry reports on ridership. It's been really the key metric. But there's so many other ways, as you've all identified, that this organization shows up and delivers. How are we gonna tell that same story? So we won't go through today. And identify what each one of these outcomes are. But what we will do is take your the feedback from the SWOT analysis and identify, particularly on the strengths as well as the opportunities, those things that may set up more of a success outcome that will help define the definition for each one of these. That makes sense? Here's an example of our friends from Lane Transit. They have employee engagement, success outcome. How they define that is their goal is to attract and retain a high quality workforce and high levels of employee engagement. How they track that year over year is they have the employee engagement index of 65%. They know whether their employees are engaged and whether that's trending up or trending down. You all have an employee engagement index as well. That might be a way that you want to, report out. That might be one element. There might be other things that you want to focus on, and thinking about the other outcomes that help support the employee engagement. Financial health, our goal is to maintain LTE's strong financial position to sustain our operations in the future. In their case, they wanted to develop an achievement of a 3-year rolling financial plan target. Some of these outcomes can be a activity-based, yes, we've achieved that. We've established a budgeting process. In this case, they had to go through a substantial reboot of their budgeting process in order to demonstrate that they've achieved fiscal stewardship. The last one I'll highlight is community value. Our goal is to provide strong value to the community through the services we offer, whether or not they use our services directly. They define this as establishing a baseline of percentage of the community that believe we provide value. It's okay if you don't have this in place today. It's okay to say, we might need to think about how we're going to measure community value. We might have to think about establishing a baseline. And then next year, when we're in this room thinking about this, we'll have that data, we'll have that point, and then we can talk about, are we trending up? Are we trending down? Do we need to put more focus and time and energy and effort into that? That's sort of where we are headed. The outcomes, success definition, and then the last element that we'll do before we break you is we're gonna break you, and then we'll do the prioritization and purposes. So want you to number off 1 to 4. Go around the room. Heather, you want to start?
4. 2 or 1 4.
3, 2, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2,
Start again.
4, 1, 2, 3.
Start again. 1 2
3,
4 1 2
3,
4
1,
2 3 4
1,
2, 3. 1, 2,
3
4, 1.
All right, so ones will be up here talking about service excellence. Twos will be over here talking about fiscal stewardship. Threes will be in the back corner. Don't leave yet. Hold on, I'm gonna give you instructions. 3 will be in that back corner, and then 4 will be up here. So again, one thing to think about. The SWOT analysis and thinking about the strengths. What are outlines, strengths, and achieving success as we defined it? Thinking about tied back to the mission and vision, particularly the vision over the course of the next 12 months. Try to keep your focus on what are the, of course, the next 12 months, what are the strengths? What are the weaknesses? What are the opportunities that lay in front of this organization, and then what are the threats? So we'll give you each about 10 minutes. Designate the person with the best penmanship, please. And then identify those, and then we'll ask you to rotate around the room. The 1's up here, 2's here, 3's there, 4 is there. And go.
Correct.
That's right. Hello, Andy, like that, I'm like, I go over here.
Weaknesses, job listings.
Your community value. This does not necessarily mean all the things there. Those were just. Okay.
Committed community.
Service center, is that under service?
Support, community support. On ridership.
I'm guessing we can put.
Those are not necessarily.
So like strengths, your. So like your buses and your facility.
No.
What'd you say, stable?
And success. Success is.
I think something that came on was also the friendliness of it.
Yeah.
You know.
Training. That's not. That be right. Right.
The pressure spelling things right.
Good,
Free training.
Workforce housing.
You're becoming an employee of, when we just get trained, going to. Yeah.
You guys have to, in this, area.
Let's not do it because it's not there. Yeah, Brett would take it away.
Yes. For our Jews, historical knowledge. And making this. Yeah. So that's how we plan. An opportunity. Yep. Oh, okay. No, it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's.
Rising. Creating high inflation. But we don't know which word that. Here to the. What we're delivering. Yeah. Comment is questions.
Lack of. Limited. Just like that. And we saw everything.
If you. It's not gonna have control over. Right.
Yeah, but you have. Doesn't mean that there's.
Right around.
I would say.
It's a contrast.
You can just.
Change media feedback.
Yeah. You go back to that conversation about. Pride office as well. Yeah. Take a more. Yeah. Facilities more.
Long-term movement.
That makes me think about being nimble, being able to respond. Sort of fundamentals.
Growth is an opportunity. Versus.
We can.
Tasker and.
Supposedly federal funding, and we probably capture there, but it's somewhere about. Infrastructure and something to know. So I think it probably is captured under federal funding.
So it goes back to our vision of, our service area is larger than what we current, so now to our funding. The reality is kind of, how are we gonna?
Yeah, that's what it is.
That challenge of bringing in other revenues. Grow outside of the city.
Probably, yeah.
Like the funding. City.
I even like about.
Because that's just general. Funding sources to expand.
We're not depending on it specific.
That's not. I know it's different.
We're not asking, we're not a patrol.
The experience with Mountain Line is always been the leverage local funding, the outside funding sources, those outside funding sources are extreme.
Yeah, like.
All the original funding, that's. Congressional
Yes, I would have many more things. Look at my takes on that.
Got 1 minute till you're gonna rotate, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's just not their earmarks. Congressionally directed.
Numbers.
All right. Finish your last thought. You're gonna rotate clockwise. Leave your marker. Rotate clockwise.
Suggestion. Can we take, which group?
Sure, take your marker. You can take your marker. There you go.
No, that's.
Different color. Like that. Yeah.
So like. I bet there's gonna be a lot of.
This is us.
If we think something's repetitive, we're just gonna put like a check. Yep.
Lights.
If you see something written down that you agree with, please put a tally for it, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes. Slaughter.
I
don't know.
think it's rising.
Folks.
But we can't write it.
It's like market.
Is that a threat or? That's more. Oh, they have like a place there too. So we're gonna help with those kind of threats. Reset that. Yeah. Yep. Rising cost. Yeah, that's all like. I think it's an opportunity. And the workforce housing project brings in a new local revenue.
Okay, no, are we supposed to add to this or just?
Okay,
Okay, if there's something that could be missing, please add, otherwise, if you agree with something, just.
Thought it was. You chose. Y'all leave. We can bring the issues. No, that's stretching your slides. Well, I said, they have a strategy, so I was just talking about it. So that's the case here, if you don't split over. I got my.
dedicated funding source. That's it.
For employee development opportunities that increase.
Because, yeah, because that's one of the expenses, I'm trying to be somewhere. Care costs on species. But all our ends went out. Plus that we have.
Would be like preventative maintenance.
So exactly, yeah, I got a little.
You know, on purpose to see, I don't really know what I'm talking about, so I'm just about to scribble and don't have to do nothing.
Preventative maintenance.
So.
Preventative
maintenance. But, yeah, I don't know what that.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Near preventive maintenance. Preventative maintenance, I was just flagged as three times. Yeah.
So you're just the buses are older.
Sure.
For the check.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm struggling with it being a weakness, and so it's out of our control. So
I sound like your total mom right now. You just started. Yeah.
Financial challenges to.
These so bad.
I think it goes for the first day, where they're like, they should actually start my life.
Speaking one here, like. It's supposed to be where funding boards provide. That's what we're talking about, and you know, that's the title, sorry. I was just thinking my statement. But it's opportunity is, right, if you have good fiscal stewardship. Anyone agree?
Challenges in funding, all of these we want to get fun.
Yeah.
Actually, it doesn't. Code changes. If the code changes, I get more like coaching.
So I got a free.
Oh, what's that power, so long.
So.
Yes, the electric.
I wish.
Yeah, an opportunity.
It is because then you have, they have your employees. The sheriff, we know, these are. Yeah. And so you're constantly to look at 3% increase. Is that a?
Above and beyond.
Or is that a weakness or is there?
Let me explain it, right? So it's really beautiful building.
Yeah.
And what's the perception of RV community and house?
I don't know if it's there. Yeah, I think it's a good perception, but it could turn into a threat. Depending on how these.
No.
Outside of this.
Well, it's not just. It's the neighbors. You know.
Well, okay, it's in the same thing, fiscal stewardship, we just.
Looking at this and going.
Yeah, so.
Lack of state funding.
Is it a threat that our growth, our community is such? It has so fast. It might be.
Come on, Andy, time to launch. Coming to push.
And then I think if you grow, your revenue should also.
Yes.
Oh, two.
Right.
Yeah. You need more. He's gonna cause.
Because any sector was just science and primary sectors. I don't know that I just that, but. So there's a piece of.
Is he suggested under our health use?
What was that? Right? Bringing in a.
They paid $6 million.
All right, go ahead and take your marker. Again, if you do something in your library, check it or something.
You're basically trying to say that this week. We just, you know.
Right.
Yeah, I it's not a good place to start with this. I think that.
Okay, so strengths, reputation.
You just made their programming. You've already got it.
Well, they.
Yeah.
So first question. I agree with all this. Otherwise, that's what I should call them. You said that.
Oh, that's.
Nimble. First.
Also.
Yeah.
I now come to all of the gifts. Statute.
Last.
For the next 3 to 5 years. And I need the exposure out there.
It's better.
More concentrated.
Stands and hangs out.
Since we're on, staffing vacancies.
Yeah.
Act out, aging.
Right.
Great. Are we going to have that sustainability, like all electric?
Well, I don't.
And it's satisfying both sides.
It's the change.
That's what I'm trying, that's the point.
Well, so but the point that's like, speed rates of federal.
We had that speed ratio. We have. Well,
Switch hybrid, just to not lose the funding for those buses.
Yeah. And it's like they run down.
We were investigating things for us.
That'd be,
Yeah, so. County hasn't. Yeah, right. That's fine. County, somebody else, they're, when you come back, it's not your place. It's been a long day. I guess he's. Let's look it up. Always think funny.
no, so you make it big.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Right. See it.
I don't know when. Now, when that thing flashes, is it regulatory?
Exactly, so I just do some stuff, just one time.
I mean.
There's this lights in the back of the bus that says.
Exactly what it is.
And when it clicks, it's.
I changed. We don't understand that.
So. It's like TSP. Or not.
I think it just.
I do think the yield signs and.
And maybe that's just.
Go back.
Yeah.
And then,
I'd rather do medicines.
they're actually watching. Money and. You don't yield, but every now and then.
One more minute and we're going to rotate.
Partner competition.
Yeah.
Access.
A minute? 1 minute. 1 minute. 58 seconds.
So. I don't know.
I don't know.
It's fine. Anything else?
What do you think? I couldn't even. Session's gonna tell you.
So.
Take your last statement.
Drive down.
You're the lesson. Yes. I will be back home. Yeah. I know.
These roads.
Service excellence. We have more.
So, yeah.
Back to Chad's, state of good repair as well as
Let's go.
I'm using checks.
Go see.
quality employees and friendliness. Hi. Yeah. Performing.
It's also.
Let me know. Mark's a hundred well, two or two other. But they wrote things on small. Oh, okay. I would say no. Fits in, but. Partnerships. And then so that. If there's any problems. It's like baseball knowledge. That's why you're like. Providing service despite that.
Part of the challenge there is now you have that many more tight color meetings.
Wow. That was amazing.
As well as training.
Check that.
Yeah.
Checks.
Oh my gosh, yeah, training.
No, I'm not sorry.
And that was his. Yes.
All right. How about?
Please don't change it. Traffic minutes. Technology officer.
There's already a. Freedom of how it was called, the collective consortium. I think I believe online learning participating in the Washington State.
Well, that's the contract.
So we have heard, yeah.
That's not.
But benefits, I mean, there's a fiscal benefit to managing.
Too many.
Maybe that's great.
Power go up, that's probably, right?
No, that's electric.
Oh,
Yeah.
Might be another way.
No, I'm listening, we're just.
Sorry.
Another thing about making the bus faster.
the same outcome. Sorry.
Oh, no, I.
Valuable.
Well, yeah, I have a 50-year-old, there's a 25-year-old, sorry. Not that that's how you take care of your family. Country is that it's changed these middle-aged jobs to keep the jobs as opposed to, having things to do. Job that they're just paying for, right? That's part of the problem that we're now treating all of these. The city said that it's by the same thing because
That's why we have this.
they're all treated like just now ever, you've been out way, so. Minimum wage.
Oh, you know what that would do?
So, I know we all go through minimum wage. Shows it cuts out. You know, I don't need like this is that big word, you know, but it's really appointments, markets, ways. Yeah, these really.
So is that a check?
It's very interesting sometimes on some things that people see or hear or share, you know, for 21-year-old, I'm like, sure. It's like,
Okay.
oh, he's talking about. I just get a CD.
I was just saying.
Well, it really did. I was like. It's not 50. Well, I just, you know, we're also. I've actually said, I said, I do feel differently in access, it's an energy. I was out in the city, so that's why we live in Kachina.
One minute.
Is it going to last you?
Can you adopt my kids?
You're not.
How old is it?
Yeah.
All right, good. Well. Good. Sure. Yep, thank you.
No, there you go. Yeah. No, we just love, that is absolutely.
Thank you so much for your engagement in our SWAT activity. I know that at the beginning, I told you, please no active electronics, but I am now going to reverse course. And I'm going to take out your phone and scan the QR code on the right side of the screen. So scan that QR code, and this will take you to a poll. I'm sorry. When we complete that poll, it will show a prioritization of these success outcome areas. Someone has voted already? Take a couple minutes. Is anyone having trouble getting the page to come up? I can't have this one. No, no, that's for you. You press the next one. Good. How many of you don't agree with that? 16.
That was it?
I want to edit the response of the sheet. Shares. There are 17 votes and they are waiting on 3 people. You're not told.
Okay, we switch to sharing.
Yeah.
Alright. We are, I don't believe that one vote is going to change where we are. Overwhelmingly, the first priority area is service excellence. Followed by employee engagement and investment, fiscal stewardship, and community value. And with that, thank you for weighing in. Want to get into a couple of next steps. All right. We have a little bit of work to do based on the outcomes today. We will compile the notes from the SWOT analysis. We'll do some refinement with the team on that vision statement that we touched on in the beginning. On December 4th, some folks from our team transfer will be coming back with the executive and leadership teams to work through the performance scorecard and the tactics. The tactics are the work that it's going to take to achieve success, to realize those success outcomes. We'll do some of that work later in December. A couple weeks after that, we have a virtual workshop where we put some refinement on that. In December, we will begin to build out the CEO evaluation that ties directly to the success outcomes, the strategies, and the work that goes along with that. Obviously, we will work with board chair and vice chair as we work through the refinement of that. So sadly, you will hear from us again, chair and vice chair of board. In January, we'll have our final workshop and look to be back with this board in February for final presentation. Heather, love to give you the opportunity to make closing comments.
So I wanna say for the Transit Advisory Committee, we will make sure you have an opportunity to participate in the final review as well. Because we won't have a normal TAC meeting on that same schedule anymore with the restructuring that the board acted on today. But we will ensure that you have an opportunity to review and engage as well. With that said, I had prepared this idea of why are we updating the strategic plan, and it had 4 or 5 bullet points. Reflecting our changing community, responding to new trends, aligning vision and resources, engaging the community and partners, and strengthening funding and policy alignment. And I have to say the work that we did, I think did all of these things. So really, I appreciate all of your input, the time you've given us today, the time you give us every day when we call on you. I think, you know, transit here in Flagstaff is successful because of the partnerships we have with all of you, for the work that our TAC does, for the work that our board does, for the work that our staff does every day. So thank you for all of your time. I hope you found this beneficial. If you have additional thoughts, please send them my way. I'm happy to make sure we connect them through this process, but we'll be back with more. And again, appreciate all of you and your time today.
Thank you so much for your engagement. It's been a full day and we are really appreciative of your time and investment outline. So thank you so much.